evening, guys. Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
Hey, Gail. Hey, Mark. Good to see you. And welcome to this Saturday evening's live stream. Good to see you guys.
Wish I could change my picture to a raccoon, but I can't.
Hey, dear love. Good to see you.
Good evening.
Let's see what we have here. We have Phil and Clan Wolf from your side, Gil.
Hi, Chef Tech.
And we have Food Forest Permaculture. Good to see you guys. And we have also Troop 1351 on Gil's side. Good to see you. And Walt Rogers, the same on Gil's side. And Elusive Dartmoor Survival. Good to see you. Let's see. And we have Buglet, also known as Emily. Good to see you too. Nope, that was a lot of Emily. And we have Dear Love in the panel, so good to see you, brother. And Howie. And we have Sandy Serenity Corner. Good to see you, ma'am. Good to see you, Howie. And PV is in the house. Good to see you. And I need to drop the link for PV as well. There we go. And Guardian Prepping is in the house. I think he wants a link as well. That was that. Well, guys, today's topic is...
I like your hat.
Yeah, that's a nice hat.
Sorry, Shadow.
I like it.
This is actually my Scoutmaster hat. I got it at the Scout shop.
Nice. Sorry, Shadow.
And we have PV in the house.
Hello, folks. How are we doing?
Good evening. Good evening, PV.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Good.
Yeah, loud and clear. That's always nice when things works. Hey, Gail Gridden, good to see you. But anyway, today's topic is actually my wife's idea. So, and I thought that was a really good idea for today's stream. False prepper myths and dangerous tips and tricks. And actually, Gil were really nice to send me a list. So we have at least 24 different lies preppers are being told. Biggest lies.
Yeah. There's a lot more lies to be told, but those are the biggest ones.
Yeah, the biggest ones. Because I think it's good to focus on the biggest ones.
Yeah.
I was going to say, where do you start with this lot?
How about to be a proper prepper, you need to have a bunker and a place like a retreat. Yeah. Otherwise, you're not a proper prepper.
Yeah, and don't forget the Bugout bag. I'm so with all your essentials you'll need to survive the apocalypse.
Yeah. Well, where's Bunker? Bunker's on the list here. Bunker is...
It comes further down.
Yeah.
We get to that.
Yeah.
Okay, we can begin with number one of the biggest lies preppers are being told, okay? When disaster strikes, you should bug out to the wilderness.
Yeah, and what's so funny on that one is all through 16, 17, 18, 19, there were several big channels, big channels that were saying, yeah, you got to get ready to bug out. If there's a pandemic, you got to bug out. Guess what they did when it hit? They stopped posting videos for several months because they got caught in their lie. They did not bug out.
So sorry, say that again, Shadow. What was the myth there?
When disaster strikes, you should bug out to the wilderness.
Yeah, well, well, it depends on people's mentality and what they got stored, and or their level of preparedness and stuff like that, I suppose. But for someone who's just coming into it, started to look at their level of preparedness and what mitigation levels they've got, it's complete fantasy, really.
Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Guardian, good to have you here. I mean, the only my mentality would be, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, because I don't think it's a real right or wrong solution to that. What my mentality would be, you state your location until it's no longer viable or no longer survivable, and then that's it. You evacuate. I don't like the word bugging out. It's a bit.
Welcome, KP Heathen.
Bugging out comes from military term we used to use, and it literally is ditch everything and run, and you're left with what you're carrying, really, which was 3 days level of 24 hours worth of gear. But
survival tin.
No, your belt kit. What was on your belt kit, or what you had on your if you were a load carrying vest or anything like this, you see.
Yeah.
So you'd aim for 24 hours worth of self-sustainment, water, rations, ammo on your belt kit, or your webbing, or on your vest.
Hey, Scottish Prepper 73, good to see you again.
What's interesting is, I got a list of topics for my live streams, and I'm out several months out. They're already set up of topics I'm going to do. And the one I just did on Tuesday was don't bug out for these events. And I listed covered a whole bunch of things. You don't bug out for these. And and it's like, people saying, oh, you have to bug out for boom. It's like, nope. You don't bug out for that.
I would never tell anyone I'd never tell anyone what to do. I would just tell people what I would do. You can't tell anyone not to bug out.
Example is of one not to bug out for. If in California, where my wife is still living at, she's getting retired at the end of the month here. We have several refineries around in the county, and they have a warning system whenever there's a release at those. That warning system is shelter in place. Get out of the outdoors, get inside, close your house up, and shelter in place. You don't bug out for that. You get inside, you shelter in place. You don't go, oh, I'm going to go hiking out to the wilderness now because they had a release at the oil refinery.
Well, this is the big question, isn't it? Where do you bug out to? If you,
exactly.
Wrong answer would be bug out to the wilderness because there's no shelter and you can't decontaminate or anything like this. You're increasing your risk exposure. But a correct answer could be jump in your car, bug out to your motel that you've got reserved somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, let's see if I can bring something up here real quick here.
So if I can quickly, hey to the panel and hey to everybody in chat. How you guys?
Hey, Guardian. Yeah, good. Guardian.
Yeah, so I just want to raise a quick point about this, and I think that you guys are onto some, tactically sound advice, and I think that that's always good, well-researched advice as well. However, it does, my only kind of counter to it as well, and it's something that you're also saying, preparedness veteran, when it comes down to a lot of situations, it is situational. There will be obviously times where bugging out is necessary. So you should be prepared to do so and should be aligned with nature as much as possible, understand foraging, bushcrafting, how to gather and procure food and water wherever you need, and also your basic first aids, have them all covered. But for the most part, most scenarios, do actually end up leaning themselves to bugging in. However, you just need to obviously monitor that amount of time as well, because you also have a specific, with different scenarios, you have different gaps and windows in time that allow you to kind of, do certain things as well. So yeah, it is situational. You don't want to end up with that. That's brilliantly well raised.
What's interesting about this, on the vehicles on the far right here, that's supposed to be 6 lanes going northbound, and everybody else is bugging out southbound. And so they shut down the northbound lanes to help people evacuate. So yeah, and then of course you can also see in the meridian strip here on the left side, between the one set of lanes and the on ramps coming on, the vehicles that are already broken down.
Yeah.
Do you see any motorcycles being stuck there? I don't mean to be extremely biased about this, but I don't see a single motorcycle stuck behind any cars there. I'm just saying, that's why.
I see one motorcycle. You can see my cursor moving. There's one motorcycle there. I think, I guess the headlight there on it. But
the ratio far outweighs
this. They're evacuating. They're not evacuating on their motorcycles. They're trying to take goods with them. So they're going to take their car or truck, whatever.
I definitely believe that the more you know, the less you need. So if you can have your basics covered and you have certain caches in certain areas with your bug out location secured, you can get away with that type of ideology as well. I do understand that you got luggage in your vehicle, but I mean, what good is all that luggage in your vehicle when you're stuck in the middle of all of that? It's like, and you also need to make sure that there's enough motorcycles. But here's another thing to the motorcycle thing. It's quite easy for people to actually, if they've got firearms, to be able to basically take you off your bike as well.
No, but motorcycles can go off-road.
But of course, that's the thing. So you just try and be nippy enough that you can, that's why certain motorcycles, but not everybody rides motorcycles. That's the only unfortunate counter to that.
Yeah. The thing is, though, at least here in the United States, it's kind of hard to put out caches on someone else's property, to get to your bug, if you have a bug out location. Fortunately for me, myself, up here in Idaho, this is our bug out location for everybody in California. So I'm already here. My wife and sons know how to get up here, but during all the things of 2020, 2020 and all the crap going on, and the summer of love of all the riots down there, they didn't bug out. There's no need.
Exactly. And besides, it's a risk to bug out in the wilderness, especially in winter time, and you can have some issues even in the summertime.
Yeah.
And it's you need to know where to find food, and that will be very time consuming.
Yeah.
I feel so sorry for you guys that have winters that are terribly cold where you can't really do anything. Sorry, go ahead, Daria Love. I apologize.
Sorry, yeah, I was gonna say, a friend of mine said to me today, why don't I get my dual citizenship and get out of England? So I was wondering, is bugging out of a country classed as bugging out, PV? What do you reckon?
Yeah,
if I just leave, if I just get out with a bag and just go with what I've got and just forget everything.
Many
else.
people have done that before as well. Uganda and from Idi Amin and North Korea, etc., bugging out to a different country is quite feasible. The location distance is pretty irrelevant at this stage. It's the fact that where you're going to bug out to. So okay, if you're actually bugging out because it's no longer feasible for your safety, effectively you become a refugee. Where are you going to seek asylum? So you're going to seek asylum in your own pre-made, pre-designated location, friends or family, hotel for short periods, abroad, etc., where. But the key thing is getting from A to B, and that'll be your sole mission: safely out of the threat zone, and wherever you end up, it's got to be a place where you can sustain yourself for whatever period of time. It could be the short term, periods where you outride the threat, you could go back, or it could be in the longer term where, you know, wherever you've left, it's just completely been destroyed. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I agree. And
I had to put the bug out vehicle up here.
My friend. Yeah,
I mean, I know someone at the end of the road.
Because England.
Go on then.
That's nice.
Yeah, I know someone at the end of the road who had to leave a foreign country. They own a corner shop, and they wore their wealth out the country through with the jewelry they wore. I've heard of other stories where people have had to leave the country, but they left it to such an extent that they couldn't sell up quick enough what they were left with. The value of their property and so on was so diminished that they couldn't take it with them. They couldn't transfer their wealth across banks and all this sort of stuff. So what they end up doing, they end up buying they sold their house, but they end up buying as big a boat as possible, and then traveling up the coast a couple of 100 miles to the next country, and then selling the boat there. You see, that's one way of doing that.
Hey, Teresa, good to see you, ma'am.
That was quite a common practice in that country.
A lot of Australians used to come to London, and they'd buy a Volkswagen camper van and then do Europe, and then come back to England, sell the van, and then go back to Australia.
Yeah.
Thing is, so if you have been at the prepping mindset for a while, and you have a year or two's worth of food storage put up, you have all your medical stuff and everything, how are you going to bug out with all that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's exactly the principle. That's why a lot of the time, when it comes to preparedness, it is good to be able to have that type of, bug-in supply. But like realistically, for the most part, in various different parts of the world, what you're essentially doing is you're making yourself a sitting duck. Unless you've got a location like a homestead or something that you can protect. If you're in an urban area and you plan on bugging in, when the food and supplies run out and you're like the person that's still, capable of like eating and nourishing yourself, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to say no to certain neighbors as well, to no to the community around you. So
it's going to be easy. It's going to be easy.
I don't know. It'd be difficult for me to say no to kids, like that are hungry, like in families. It'd be very difficult for me to say no to them.
Yeah. Well, to me, it's like, everyone around me down there in California has been, I put out stuff because down there I was also involved with the community emergency response team and talking to everybody and trying to get everybody prepared. And it's like, hey, you've been warned. You're on your own now. But it's like it's between them and my family. I'm sorry, my family gets all the food. They get nothing because they had the opportunity. They decided to get the newest iPhones, the newest this, the newest that, go out to dinner all the time rather than being frugal, saving their money, getting their stuff, and getting taken care of. It's just one of those things to me and mine, we're all along the mindset of it like, hey, they've had their chance. They could look and see what's really going on in the news, or they can drink the Kool-Aid. Unfortunately, a lot of people drink the Kool-Aid.
You can't. The problem with that is that
welcome to Coming In Dangerous. Good to see you.
Yeah, welcome to the live. It's good to have you here. So I think that you raised some pretty interesting points as well, Gil. And I think that when it comes to this field, you are pretty well knowledgeable and well versed. I will say though that it's very difficult to expect.
Hey, Heaven's Pirating. Good to see you, Heather.
It's pretty difficult to expect other people to have the same kind of perspective that you do, because a lot of other people don't put what they should be putting first in terms of like preparedness. And that's why when it comes to prepping, you need to try and encourage your community around you. It's extremely important. But not only that, like it'll come down to the point when, like, just because, like for myself, my individual life that I've had has taught me not to rely as heavily on the society that would essentially sustain myself, my community, my family around me. So like for myself, I get prepping 100%. I advocate for it consistently wherever I am. But the problem is that normalcy bias.
Welcome, Robert Forster. Good to see you.
Because of normalcy bias being such a strong element within society, what happens is people have their subconscious completely understands how terrible it is for your body to constantly be underneath duress and a high level of stress as well. And depression comes alongside of that. So what they do is they mask it for themselves and live their regular lives. And you can't even blame somebody for that, because that really just comes from like trying to get through what they're getting through. And of course, like for the most part, I've had so many conversations with people about preparedness that just are not even interested even slightly. So I realize truly that there's a frustration there. I think that without community, everything falls apart.
I think there's limits to it. And for example, like you mentioned earlier, babe, where you said like you'd have a hard time saying no to kids. Like it'd be really hard. Like it's very silly, but we played this game that was very closely based on the real events that happened during the Bosnian.
Gesundheit.
And during the Bosnian War, like we're literally like children whose parents were killed, and then it's like kids that you knew, that you saw around your neighborhood. And if that kid whose parents were killed, like in a horrible situation, like let's say worst case scenario, like massive civil unrest, and then it would be a hard thing, especially if you said, you know, you're a scoutmaster. I'm sure it's easier for you to say, oh, you'd be able to say no if your family comes first. But I'm sure, like in your heart, if a kid had to come to you, you would have a hard time just being like, no, it's mine. You know, from what I've seen, you don't seem like that type of person.
Yeah, it depends on the scale of event, I think. I mean, I was in Bosnia and I saw people's parents who got killed. There were neighbours and so on, and friends and family that were taking them on, so they weren't left in the lurch and stuff like this. But there was a solid outlook as to at some point it was going to end, or someone was going to intervene, and the UN was going to like step in and stuff like this. There was an end sight. I think it might be a bit different if it appears like, you know, a complete all-out. There's no recovery, there's no coming back. Everyone's on their own. But the thing is with that, I mean, you know, it falls into another sort of myth category as well. The fact that will we ever, you know, this prepper idea that we're going to go complete Mad Max mode, it will probably never happen in that sort of scale. You know, at some stage, law and order or some sort of law will come back, or you know, it will recover, and it always has done. It's never been a sort of all-out Mad Max scenario where it's never come back. And like when it comes to bugging out, you know, I think the big myth there is the fact that the vision is people just up sticks, grab their bug out bag, and go into the woods. That to me is the biggest myth that I envision people looking at.
And the biggest part of the myth of that is once you're in the wilderness, you're going to thrive.
Well, yeah, I mean, once your food runs out, that's it. You know, what you're carrying into the woods, that's it. Yeah. I mean, even the most seasoned hunters, you know, the best hunter in the world will probably manage to sustain themselves just, depending where you are, the availability of food, depending on the event and stuff, but it's not as easy as it seems.
So Davy Crockett, the story of Davy Crockett, who he actually was one of the most, you know, self-reliant based people in the world. He could absolutely survivalist in every single way. And what he used to be able to do is he'd go, and even though he could completely forage for himself and take care of himself as well, he would still rely on towns occasionally to come in and out, to be able to restock and resupply. Even if you look at people that have been living outside in the wilderness for an extremely long time, if you look into that and go through like a YouTube rabbit hole or read enough books about it as well, of stories of people that have lived outside in the wilderness, they always stay on the outskirts of like a community town or something, so that they can at least like go in every now and again, truly living out there in the wilderness and starting, even if you believe that you can have an heirloom seed vault or something like that to be able to like grow your own food, and you can forage all you want, and you can hunt and you can trap and you can fish and you can do all the right things. It'll still be extraordinarily difficult to be able to like meet all of those things. And that's just 100% true. However, I am saying that where you do need to, you have to have the capability to at least be able to step out of the town for a while to a bug out location or something, where if town got ridiculously overrun, you know, in certain scenarios. So that's where I completely concur with the conversation as well. And I love these points that Gil brought up for this week. I think that these are great topics to be able to like dive into. So thanks for that, Gil.
Yeah. One of the things on that, you're talking about Davy Crockett, is the mountain men trappers of North America is a good example. They would have what were called rendezvous, where all the trappers would come in, bring their furs and stuff in, sell them, buy supplies, and go out for another year. They weren't out there on their own year after year. They would go out, do their trapping, do their hunting, do everything else, come back in, sell what they got, buy their supplies, maybe upgrade their rifle or upgrade their traps or whatever else, and go back out and do it again. But they were, you know, that's what they did. It's not like most people in the city. They don't know about how to survive out in the forest. They don't.
They
don't know how to camp. They don't know.
For anyone, a good example to look at for people out there would be a guy called Christopher McCandless, who went out into the wilderness to just basically leave civilization alone. And the end result was a couple of hikers off the beaten track found him dead in a bus because he basically got either poisoned.
The wrong herbs.
Yeah.
The wrong plants. He thought he had the right plants, but he had the wrong plant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that kind of goes down to where is it? Number 21. Sorry, I'm going to jump ahead to number 21 on the list here. You don't have to be part of a group. You can lone wolf it. I'm sorry, even wolves are part of a pack. In nature, there is no lone wolf. And if you don't have a group to support you, to look after you, you get hurt, you're dead if you're by yourself.
Hey, Shannon, good to see you.
It does. It goes along very well with the first point as well. And the lone wolfing ideology is such a mess. And I think that if you can be community-based when it comes to your preparedness, you're absolutely so much better off. And that's, as I'm getting like older throughout my life as well, I'm like middle-aged at the moment, and I'm starting to realize more and more that each different person has individual strengths. And sometimes as a group, you can almost like lean into those strengths as well and specialize even within your own family kind of mag as well, Gil. Like you're able to like identify who's strong and who's good at certain things. And also like, you know, what you kind of do within any community is you try and encourage and, you know, try and boost up the people that are really, really good and that they've got a knack for something specific. And you allow them to just naturally be, you know, strong within that, rather than trying to get them to be a jack of all trades.
Yeah.
It can be a bit of a grey line between being completely on your own and a community. And what I mean by that is living on the fringes, dipping in and out of a group, or meeting up with sort of a makeshift market that someone may have organised once a month or so on. But the external reliance on help and supplies, collaboration, safety in numbers will still be there. It's like these people who live
Hey, good to see you, man.
You know, it's like these people live in homesteads or isolated houses on the edges of a town and stuff like this, just out of reach. You know, they become very vulnerable to certain aspects of things, and they would need help, say, if they got surrounded, attacked, or whatever. You know, you can only grow so much. You can only have so much skills, etc., etc. Yeah. So it's all. I mean, it's like the bugging out scenario. This vision of it's like a dream that this dream that is projected onto these.
Good to see you.
These films and videos of, you know, the alpha male going out and leading his family, or he's completely on his own, living off the land, and etc. etc. It's not surviving. It's not thrive. Well, it's not thriving. It's literally surviving, and the clock is ticking, and you're slowly going downhill, basically. Yeah.
Along that lines, the movie Jeremiah Johnson with Robert Redford was based on a true story, and he was barely surviving, and then he was dealing with the Indians and different tribes and stuff, and wound up with a wife from one, because when they gave him a wife from one of the tribes, and he had to accept the wife, otherwise, that would have been it. And once he had a wife and someone to help him and stuff, he started thriving a little bit better. So it's one of the things. It's just it's like the adage: 1 is none, 2 is 1, 4 is more. A community will survive better than a person by themselves.
I agree.
You can find yourself for the short term, but not the long term.
There are certain circumstances a lone wolf perspective works, but not all circumstances.
Yeah. And you got to be very lucky. You got to be very skilled and very lucky.
Oh yeah.
I think I can only think of sort of one scenario where the lone wolf would work, and that would be actually in the evacuation phase.
Yeah.
Leaving in a small, with your family or just you on your own on foot somewhere, and that'll be it. Really, really short term, short duration. That's it, done. So you're not as big as target. You can maybe move quicker. There's less moving parts, etc. But apart from that, it's safety in numbers. I mean, how many military units do you see out there where one man on his own, one man army, and you never see it. There's no such thing as a Rambo on their own. Where
even snipers are teams of 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's one of the things that we bought the property up here in Idaho because we didn't like what was going on in California, what way the Democratic left-wing nut party was going, making it hard for retirees to live in California. And so we came up here. We hunted around for about a year looking for a good place. We found this nice little town. Well, it's a city. It's an incorporated city, but it's only a quarter mile square. 460 some odd people total. And just about everybody is like-minded, has a garden, hunts. That's just the way their families have always been for generations, and so that's why we bought here.
Next.
Yeah.
Okay, we go to the next on the list.
Yeah.
Number 2, you should be preparing for the end of the world. Oh man!
Define the end of the world.
The end of the world as we know it. No government.
The end of the world as we know it. I think we could be on the verge. PV said that law and order will return. It always does, but we don't know that really. I mean, it usually does in history, but we never had so many nukes as we do now.
Yeah, so we're basically referring to a Mad Max scenario.
Yeah, basically.
Feral societies, feral people, etc., etc. Yeah.
I mean, they're doing it now, aren't they? Everybody's like doing what they want, wild parties. It's like a lottery.
Well, no matter what you're preparing for, it goes to the completely extreme, doesn't it? I mean, an end of the world scenario depends what's causing that scenario to begin with, and it would suggest that it's wiped out the ability to sustain, to sustain infrastructure, to sustain growing, to sustain farming. It would have to be some sort of short, sharp eradication of humans to continuously go beyond that. Yeah,
and that was the premise behind number 2. Is that it's you should be preparing for life, for emergencies. Things happen. You build up your food supply and stuff. An example of that is my sister and her husband years and years ago. Oh, geez. Before I got married, I've been married over 30 years. Her husband lost his job, and so they got by on their savings and their 2 years worth of food storage. he was only unemployed for 3 months, but that's what they got by on for 3 months. They were living off their food storage and paying the bills off the savings until he got another good paying job. That was an emergency for them. And they weren't preparing for the end of the world. They were preparing for emergencies. And I hate the channels that say, you got to prepare so everything's gone. So that's what your goal is. Everything's going to be gone. That's what you're preparing for. No, you're preparing for life. What normally happens.
Yeah.
I think Bob came up with quite a realistic view of things, and he basically said last year, I think it was, the biggest threat you'll face would be, street crime and the threat to your own personal safety, and that is, ringing true just about everywhere now.
Yeah, I think Bob mentioned that last week as well.
Right.
Yeah, major cities are going to be a problem. If you live in a city, I mean, if SHTF happens, the supermarkets are not getting no food, petrol stations are not getting petrol, or the electricity for cars can't get electric. It's going to be total chaos. I mean, if millions of people living in a city, how long is the food going to last? And I mean,
yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's very short term. An end of the world scenario is
very far in the future, basically.
Yeah, we're talking.
What did Einstein say about the Fourth World War?
We fought with bows and arrows or something, sticks and stones.
Stones.
An extinction level event is sort of major asteroid hitting, or even a nuclear war isn't the end of the world.
Right.
What about a load of different things all happening at once, like natural disasters, earthquakes? I mean, we can cope with so much, but how much can humans cope with until they get to the point where it tips over?
It depends how localized it is.
I mean, all right, we hear earthquakes in Turkey, then you get people going to Turkey to rescue them, help people who suffered earthquakes. What if there's 10 earthquakes going on, major ones, and a few wars going on at the same time, and a few viruses kicking off at the same time? Will mankind be able to cope?
Yeah, well, that's now. What you've said there is just about what's happening now, apart from the major earthquakes happening all at once.
And then the cyber attacks, like you said as well, they're happening.
Yeah.
Cyber attacks happening every day, basically.
Yeah, and that leads into the fact that our modern world has become so dependent on electricity and our gadgets that so many people don't know how to do anything without electricity and gadgets. There was I forget who it was I was listening to, he was talking about the, how are you going to survive when the power goes out? You're not going to have AC. It's going to be too hot. I grew up in California, nice hot California. We did not have AC until I was like 13, 14 years old. And then it was just a simple swamp cooler. You close up the windows in the morning when it got hotter outside than inside. And we hung blankets over the windows, keep the house cool. As soon as it was cooler outside than inside, we'd open up all the windows. That was life. That was life for all of our ancestors 100 years ago.
Yeah. There's many people living like that now across various parts of the world.
Yes, exactly. It's like we've gotten soft.
Yeah.
So there's just something quickly to cover that scenario when we should be preparing for kind of end of the world, complete SHTF, Teotihuacan type scenarios. I think that it's best to try and prepare for your short, medium, and long term. Preparing for the long term, like your inch bags, if you really needed to, the whole I'm never coming home kit. Like, people don't really believe in that as much anymore, and I can completely understand it. But I think that you should try to, as much as possible, try to have a sense of mobile prepping, where if you really, really needed to, you would be able to. But that's why I'm saying, how do you rebuild society from the ground up again? And people should look at that as well. Like, how do you, do your basics when it comes to your food and water, but for much longer term?
Yeah, actually, if sort of hit a point there in the fact that people should actually be preparing for an end of the world scenario, because it's almost unachievable. So the longer and the more down the road they are preparing for that scenario, the better they're prepared for other scenarios. You see what I mean? You always fall short of the mark. It's sort of what I'm getting at.
One of the things I did at Homeland Security, we set up what was called a base plan for all federal employees. And the base plan didn't have to do with any scenarios. It was all right, you work on your food, your medicine, your clothing, you stock up the stuff you use every day, make sure you have a lot of it for if the supply chain fails, you have food and stuff to go on. Then you work, once you have your base plan done up, then you work on, okay, what happens in my area? Earthquakes. Okay, so now earthquakes is one of the scenarios I'm going to prepare for. Wildfires, I'm going to prepare for wildfires. Tornadoes, you prepare for what happens normally in your area. And once you're prepared for what happens normally, then you start hitting the things that happen less often. And so preparing here in Idaho, I prepared differently than I did in California, which is different than my sister prepares for in Texas, which is different than Courtney prepares in Ohio, and different than what everyone here on this panel prepares in their area, because the environments in each of these location is a little bit different. We all have emergencies, we all have disasters, but they're all just a little bit different as far as what happens in our areas. We don't get hurricanes up here in the mountains, but we do occasionally get a tornado. Occasionally, very occasionally. But we do get snowstorms, and they don't get snowstorms very often down in Florida or down in Africa, So you got to look at what happens in your area.
True.
After you have your base plan done, then you prepare for those things.
I think the biggest thing we need to plan for is just to be mentally prepared for whatever your particular scenario would be. And this is where the mainstream media just shows every prepper as and there's my dog again. Every prepper has some whack job, in a bunker with barbed wire. And can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear you loud and clear.
But nobody talks about being mentally prepared. Like, okay, every 20 different scenarios can happen. Are you mentally prepared to at least deal with something that you don't even know about? Some completely different scenario happens. You're like, oh, crap. All the people that are bugged out, ready to go, I'm going to run to the woods and all that. They don't have a plan. I mean, they don't have the ability to make a plan on the fly. That's really what you need. I mean, you need to be able to judge what's going on, figure out what you can do, and decide and go or not go. I mean, everybody's plan is going to be different. So, all right, I'll step off my my soapbox.
One another thing.
Yeah, it's true. If you live in a city, for example, you might want to prepare for riots. You might want to prepare for food running out in the supermarkets. You might want to have fuel, prepare for having extra fuel just in case you've got to flee the city. And an inch bag, or a bug out bag. I mean, I never knock any bug out bag. The reason why, because at least you've got something. Something is better than nothing. You might have some comfort in that bag. It might be a Mars bar. It might be a cool drink of water. At that moment, that might be all you need. A little bit of shelter for the evening. Like Jill said, it's good to prepare for your area, in your country, whatever they suffer, whether it's floods, hurricanes, whatever. I mean, in England right now we're having problems with rubbish.
It's like people should do their own threat assessment for their location, regional, national, etc. But as was said there, cover the basics first. Once you've got the basics covered, that will go a long way, and you can start going into the actual strands of what you're facing in particular.
But also, so regionally, it does differ greatly. Where Gil was saying as well, depending on if you're in North America compared to the UK, here in South Africa, there's a whole different bunch of scenarios. Sorry, my little 2-year-old is also wanting to have a bit of input.
You want to go for it?
No, she is so full of life, so busy. It keeps me quite young as well. So it just makes me run around about all day. But what I will say is that, like, when it does come to the different regions that people are in, it really does vary. Like the stuff that you guys have to deal with when it comes to some of the northern hemisphere as well, and some of the colder regions across the world. I can't even imagine what that must be like when it comes to like that being such an important like essence of survival, is to like make sure that you're actually okay through those harsh conditions. Because like really, I know that there's one of those strategies as well that's recommended for you guys if you are in the middle of nowhere and you can actually climb underneath a palm tree where the snow's built up and there's actually like almost like a Bugout location when it is cold enough to be able to do that. And then over here in South Africa, that's why I'm saying, like, for the most part, the idea of being able to like bunker down, unfortunately, with the amount of people that are already underneath a large amount of stress and have already got like a really big problem when it comes to where they are on an economical scale, like they really do struggle on a day-to-day. So with the SHTF, you're just going to end up like having such a large amount of people as well that when they're on the border and verge of being desperate, it doesn't take much of a situation for them to, like, unfortunately, and we've seen it throughout the country as well, where riots have occurred and ransacking of certain places and buildings. So it is very different here. But once again, it's always going to be important to cover as a general rule for everything. If you prepare for WAR, so any warfare type prepping that you do, usually covers every other aspect of it as well. So just have that in mind as well. Prepare for those type of scenarios and you should be good.
Yeah, I agree.
Like Chef was saying as well, that mentally prepared, spiritually prepared, just try and take each day as it comes. If you are in a situation, you've got to try and manage. And what do we need? It's very simple every day. What would you need? Some shelter, some food, and yeah,
I think you just need to be able to prepare for what you're not prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, why not go a whole weekend without electricity and gas? Why don't you put yourself in that harsh situation and see what it feels like? Why don't you just say, I'm going to eat a tin of baked beans today just to see what it's like, just to have very minimal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Put yourself into a situation like some days a week. I say, right, I'm not going to have no electricity. I'm just going to have candles. I'm going to cook with my gas stove. I'm going to practice. If you don't practice, all this talking we're doing, if you don't get out there and practice and use your stuff, it doesn't matter what bug-out bag you got. I've seen bug-out bags like way over £1,000. Like some mad guy, he made a bug-out bag $3,000. He's put it on YouTube. Yeah, I've got $500 in cash. I'm thinking
so
you're going to get robbed.
That was cash and not weight.
He had £500 of cash in dollars, right, and some silver, and he's showing everything that he's got in his bug-out bag. And I'm thinking you're going to get robbed.
Yeah. He's basically running around like a loot box, like basically, the free cash.
Yeah.
Imagine you come into a scenario where you bump into 50 people. You've had to leave the city. Supermarket's empty. It's no longer feasible because your block could be a block next door to your block was set on fire. Now you have to get away. And then all of a sudden you meet 50 people. They're like, we've got no food and water. And then you bring out your little food rations and your water. And they're going to go, he's got water. He's got food.
Yeah, all of a sudden you have nothing.
And in 5 seconds, you're done. Whatever you had.
You have nothing and injuries. And now you're going to die.
Yeah, and now they want your boots as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it goes off where... Sorry, go ahead.
When Dearlove was talking about practicing, that's one of the things, as part of my job when I worked at Homeland Security was to we call them exercises, exercise the plans. So
Yes.
I had to exercise all 47 plans at least twice a year and find out what worked, what didn't work, make adjustments, change the plan. Plans are got to be living things. They're not carved in stone, unchangeable for eternity. They should change constantly because you change, you grow, your situation changes. So your plans should be constantly on a review and a growing scale, and you should be practicing it. All right. Oh, we're going to have, I tell the family, sometime this week we're going to have a fire drill. Don't tell them when. And then you just, get out there and all of a sudden, you have an air horn like, all right, the kitchen's on fire. What do you do? It's too big to put out. What do you do? And have them go through the steps they got to do to do it. Oh, wait a minute. The Christmas tree in the front room's on fire. What do you do? And things like that. Or everyone's sitting down for dinner. All of a sudden, it's like you grab the table, start shaking the table. Earthquake, earthquake, earthquake. Find out who's going to freak out. Find out who's going to know what to do. Practice it. Yeah. Because if you don't practice it, you're going to panic and freeze.
And how often do we hear things like, we went out and the training kicked in? Because they were training, practicing, and bam, they were doing it just like, they do it all the time.
Yeah.
And, go, if it's a rainy day, go out in the rain. See if you can put up your tent and your tarp. See if you can cook something. If it's winter, if it's like freezing cold, we had a mini beast from the east. I said, right, get the Bugout bag. We're going in the park and we're going to put our tent up. And it was -4. My dog was looking at me, poor Samantha. And she was getting on a bit in age. She was like, what are we doing in the park? Because, are you nuts? I was like, well, part-time. They let me out on the weekends. Anyway, so get out there and practice. Practice, practice, practice. And when you've done practicing, practice some more.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. It's like all right, you go in, you turn the main breaker off of the house. Okay, the power's out. It's good, and you do it Friday afternoon. Turn it off. Okay, power's out. I'll turn it back on when the power comes back on, and you see how everybody reacts.
The children will be like, Dad, I can't get the internet. Too bad.
Power's out.
Yeah.
The daughter, Pa, I can't have a shower. Well, you're going to stink tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it. Just practice, practice cooking on a little camp stove. Cook. See if you can cook a curry on a little gas camping stove.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, so it's if you're preparing for something, you need to be practicing for it as well.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, what's number 3?
Number 3 is the first thing you need is guns, and then more guns. And let me put it this way.
Sorry, that's an American thing.
Yeah, that's an American thing. Well, a gun is good for hunting, and at least in those countries, we are allowed to have it for only that. That is a tool for getting food, okay?
Yeah.
And in U.S., it's a total different story.
It's a culture here.
Yeah, it's a culture. And you need to have them for hunting, you have them for self-defense. But the problem is, why need guns and even more guns? What happened with the food and water and medicine?
Yeah, that's one of the things some of the channels on YouTube say, mainly here in the U.S., a couple other countries that have guns. First thing you need to do is you need to get a gun so you can protect your preps once you get your preps. It's like, no, you need to get your preps and then maybe get a gun for whatever you need to use it for, hunting or whatever. But some of these guys, they say, and they show the thing, they got like 20 guns, and it's like, 20 guns. I got 2 hands. I can only use 2 guns at a time.
Yeah.
And you got 20 guns.
That always cracks me up. It's like, look, I got 85 of these rifles and 15 of these and all these different pistols, and every one of them has a story. It's like, great. How many are you going to carry when you run out of the house?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, maybe 3 if they're small, or 1 large one and 2 small ones. You know, 1 for backup, and yeah. What about ammo and stuff like that? Yeah, that always. And I know people that have. I know he's a regional law enforcement. Let's go with that. He brought me in his house one day because I'm friends with him. He's like, "Did I ever show you my gun safe?" I was like, "No." And he showed me one. I'm like, "Damn, dude." I mean, he literally, they were crammed in there. He had you name it, it was crammed in there. He's like, "Oh, let me show you my other one." I'm like, "You got another one?" And he showed me another one, crammed. Show me another one. He had 4 huge gun safes just crammed with stuff and ammo boxes everywhere. I'm like, "Dude, what is wrong with you?" And he admitted, he's like, I have a serious problem. I was like, "Yeah, you do." I was like, literally, I identified like 14 of identical things in those 4 different safes, 5 or whatever safes. I said, they're the same item. He's like, "Yeah, I kind of forget what I have." I was like, "Well, that's kind of a bad thing." I said, "You might want to do an inventory." I said, "There's no need for that much. I mean, okay, you're a collector, but how are you going to retire on that?"
So unfortunately, when it comes down to like your capability that you've got to protect your like any preps that you've got as well, and protect the family that you have or your community, when it does come down to that, I understand that some people do take it a bit far, but there's that whole like principle where if you're not capable of defending the preps that you do have, all you're doing is preparing for somebody with more capability than you do to protect themselves or to go on the offense, whether that be a group of marauders, whether that be a group of armed militia. If you don't have the capacity to equally meet them head on, then you will lose what you have. And that's an unfortunate thing throughout history that's happened again and again and again. I'm not being an advocate for firearms essentially, but I am telling you that you have to have the capability when it comes to your defensive utility and the capacity that you've got to protect the people that you love.
I agree with you, Guardian, about that one.
What about the fact that for the very first time in your eternal life, you've now had to remove something from existence, and how are you going to deal with that mentally? I mean, you may lock up, you may freeze up. It happens in the military all the time. The first time something happens, I mean, you want to talk about post-traumatic stress? Yeah. Didn't think they were going to have to do it. Now they did it, and now you're trying to figure out how to live with the fact that you just removed something that's never coming back, and now you have to stick around and deal with it. I mean, that's something nobody ever talks about.
I think that
one of your long neighbors.
We all have very different experiences. We all have very different experiences throughout our lives as well. So we should be careful on like assuming other people's like life parts that they've lived already.
I didn't mean it in that direction. Most people that are preppers, I'd say most, probably the ones that are the we'll call them the commercial preppers. A lot of them were never in the military, never in anything. Neither was I, and I don't know how I would deal with it. I just don't, and I don't even like to think about it. But I do think about it sometimes. Like if this actually came to fruition, how's my soul going to get dealt with when I get to meet my maker? I mean, that's the deepest things you can start to think of. And if you think of those things, okay, you have a conscience, you have stuff, you have a religion, if you will. And, but there's some out there that just don't care. And then there's some that may just have an absolute breakdown. I don't know. I'm just saying, these are things I think about. I'm not portraying my thoughts into anybody else. I'm not trying to. But these are things I think about. I mean, how are you going to mentally handle having to deal with something like that after the fact? Okay,
well, when I first went through the police academy, that was one of the things they taught us was you got to understand if you have to use your duty weapon on somebody, you're using it because that person made a decision to make you use your duty weapon. And it's not your fault that they succumb to your duty weapon. It's their fault because they made you do it.
By the way, guys, we're not telling anybody to go out there and practice harming anybody.
Right. No.
No.
We're not. We're not. Don't practice hurting people.
Yeah.
Unless it's a martial arts like Shadow does. Like, it's okay.
Yeah, then you have the approval of the other person to hurt them, or they hurt you, and
I'll give you permission to
mutual approval to like hurt each other.
Mutual. Yeah. But keeping fit. There's nothing wrong with learning how to fight, learning how to defend yourself. You know, you can practice that, practice self-defense.
So yeah, I just wanted to also say, when it comes down to the topic, Chef Tech, I think that the majority of people, I would say even 90% of people pushing onward from that point, I think that there would be an absolute, fact behind what you're saying. A large amount of people cannot deal with a situation where they have to legitimately choose whether they take a, I must be careful in the wording as well because it's YouTube, but like on the capability that they've got to actually, move forward psychologically after an event like that, where they've done something that they would never under any other circumstances do. So I think that you raise an extremely good point. And I do apologize if it did come across as like almost brash from our side. That wasn't the point whatsoever. I really respect you. And that's why I'm saying, like, when it comes down to these topics, they are very important for us to discuss and always have like a civil discussion as well. I've just unfortunately been through like a lot of various different situations. I know we all have as human beings, but when it comes down to this, 100% agree with you when it comes down to like understanding that most people will absolutely most people freeze. And that's 100% what happens is people freeze right in their tracks and they're unable to respond to situations. So it's that kind of desensitization over time as well. And people really go through PTSD, and then everything else becomes so much harder once you've done something that you truly regret. And I'm always an advocate for trying to protect people rather than, be the person that's actually causing like harm to others.
Yeah.
That's
now,
another
the other thing to consider on this is it happens not only with the pew-pews, it can happen with archery. It can happen with hand-to-hand. It can be any number of things that cause it for you to remove somebody from around here. That you got to realize, actions have consequences, but you also realize that from both sides, their actions had consequences. Yes, your actions had consequences too, but your actions had other consequences that kept you alive.
Yeah, I mean, you could do something with your vehicle, not on purpose, and you live with it. You could do something with your vehicle, I guess, on purpose in a situation. You still got to live with it. And it's a matter of how you look back on it and how you deal with it and how you live with it. I mean, I know me personally, when I was in 4th grade, I got hit by a car. And the woman was never the same because I was a young child. I survived. Obviously, I'm still here yapping away. And she survived too, but she was older. And I knew about it probably about 8-10 years later when I kind of looked into it because I was young. I didn't know any better. And probably when I was like 18 or so, I was like, I wonder whatever happened to Mrs. Anderson. And I kind of tracked her down a little bit, and I found somebody who she was a student of hers because she was a teacher in a neighboring district. And they said she had to retire. She just couldn't handle seeing all these kids in the classroom every day, knowing that something happened to one of them, that it wasn't hers. And so, I mean, yeah, how do you live with it? I don't know. I mean, I always felt bad for her. I felt bad for me too, because it freaking hurt and lots of stitches and blood and broken bones. But yeah, I mean, how do you handle it if that happened to you? I mean, and now these days kids are just people, not for kids. Everybody's staring at their cell phone driving around. They're hitting everybody. And it's just, oh, sorry. Wait, so what do you mean sorry? That's it? That's all you got? I guess. Yeah. Okay. That shows the mentality of the generations today.
Yeah. One of the things that bothered me most when I was working as a deputy sheriff wasn't using my duty weapon. It was responding to traffic accidents and not being able to help the kids and the teenagers who were bleeding out in front of me and not being able to save their lives. That bothered me more than using my duty weapon.
Again, get practicing first aid. If you've not got any first aid skills, guys, go out there and get some first aid skills. Going to be very important. Talking about having to do something in a certain situation, Jill. What if SHTF's happened and you've had to leave your area and you come up upon a guy raping a woman?
I think that's something you'd have to decide at the moment. I don't think that's something you could come to a previous conclusion and tell everybody what I'm going to do if I ever came upon that.
basically that's one of the what ifs. I hate what if scenarios, but I use what if scenarios to practice. All right,
That's a common
if
one, isn't it?
If it's if it's one guy on raping a woman, I'm going to react differently than if it's a gang raping a woman.
Right, yeah.
Because the numbers now have changed, the dynamics have totally changed, and I got to look out for myself first. I got to look out for my wife. I got to look out for my kids
I
first.
hear that. Well, if I came across that, the guy's getting put down.
Yeah, if it's just him, her, and me, let your imagination go with that.
Yeah. And it depends on the situation and what's going on and location. I mean, there's so many variables there. You really can't come up to one distinct conclusional answer of this is what you should do.
What about people that are trying to kidnap other people's children? Like there's a big crazy load of cars stuck in traffic, and then someone decides to grab someone's children. I mean, I know these are hard things to think about.
Yeah. And that's one of the things it's you have to, like PV says that judgmental training. You have to plan ahead of time. If I see that, this is what I'm going to do in this situation. If it's one-on-one, I can act better than if it's 1-on-4. If it's me against 4, it's going to be a little bit different.
Unless you got a good anyway, I don't want to mention
good training weapons. And tools.
Yeah. And you practice with your tool, but you don't know. This is like Gil said, I don't like what ifs either. What if blah 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 blah? It's like I don't know. That's where you need to be able to mentally figure it out as you go and have that kind of mentality of, okay, I can see a problem, think of the problem, and come up with a solution to the problem on the fly. I mean, you could think of a million different things and try to retain it all. That's not going to happen. You just have to know if you have the ability or not to react to a problem, regardless of what it is. You're driving down a country road and all of a sudden you see a tractor flipped over with a guy pinned under it. Yeah, you react differently. Yeah. I'll go down that one rabbit hole. Assess his condition. Is he breathing? Is he talking? Is he pinned? Whatever. Okay, what can I do to unpin him or at least keep him from getting into a worse condition while I call 911? Because ain't nobody else going to do it for me.
Yeah.
And do that, and then then you have to decide as you go. I mean, you have to be able to think on your feet, to coin a really, I don't know, whatever. It's a phrase that everybody uses to learn how to think on your feet.
Well, I want to throw something in here real quick here, Mark. When we were setting up the CERT program in Martinez there in California, the second class, my 14-year-old son wanted to take it. And he'd already been at 14. He'd been through the National Youth Leadership Training stuff, and so everyone agreed. Oh yeah, he can come in. He's smart enough. During the last thing of class is a field exercise. He was the only one there not freezing when they come in, go into room, and he goes, "Oh, we needed this, and everyone's like, "How do you know?" Pulled out his binder. Right here, we need to do this, and this. And he had read that binder so many times, he knew where to go in there to find exactly, tell the adults what to do. And afterwards, the team member, and after that, he goes, "All right, what do we need to do, Matthew? What do we need to do?" They knew who to ask. And they all got afterwards to saying, yeah, we thought this was going to be easy until we actually did it. He made it easy because he studied it. We just read it.
That always brings me back to the infamous, somebody falls off the first story building, whatever. They've splat on the concrete, but they're still alive. Everybody gathers around and they're looking, oh my God. Maybe one or two people might try to help. Everybody is out whipping their cell phones out to get a video. And you yell out, I'm on the ground trying to help this person. Say, somebody call 911. And they're all like, they look around like, yeah, somebody else will do it. I'm too busy videotaping.
Somebody is nobody.
If you turn around and point at one person and say, you call 911, guess what? The whole crowd just looked at him and said, okay, you're accountable now. And you're like, damn it, I can't get this video, but I better call 911 because they're all looking at me. So at least somebody calls 911, but just yelling in a crowd, somebody do something. nothing happens. You point at somebody and say, you do something. If they say, well, I don't have a phone, great. You point at the next guy with a phone. Or you tell them, you find somebody with a phone right now and rip it out of their hands and call 911, and let it go from there. But now you're back to helping the person again instead of waiting and waiting and waiting for help to show up. That's assuming we're not in a crap at the fan scenario or something like that. So I learned that in Boy Scouts or whatever, one of the after scouts things I was in.
It's various. We come across this in the British Army, where you can train everyone to a certain level of competence, and you can keep training them, running through scenarios and exercise them and stuff like this. But you can never be sure when it comes down to it as to how people are going to react. Are they going to freeze? Or are they going to take the lead, etc., etc.? So what started to creep in sort of the late 90s, early 2000s was like little aid memoirs that they used to issue to troops, and they still get issued now. And these sorts of things are available to everyone now. You can just, I did a video on it last year, and they're little like booklets where you go through a checklist. It's like, for instance, battle casualty drills. For instance, you pull out your little fold-out laminated card, and it just goes through. Number one, is the casualty alive, breathing? Yes or no? And you follow this flow chart. And you basically, if you follow the flow chart, you literally can't go wrong. There's obviously a bit of flexibility in it. And this sort of thing is now creeping into all aspects of the military sort of side of it, from casualties to CBRN drills. And they're available to civilians now. One of them was there's a first aid one that was a terrorist related one as well. What your actions on someone getting stabbed or terror explosion, etc., etc. So that sort of thing can be quite useful to people if they download it. But it depends how far down their sort of prepper journey and how intricate they're getting themselves involved, how deep they want to be prepared. Really, various states of readiness, I suppose. You can have on the one spectrum, you can have someone who's got a huge budget and they're aiming towards an end of the world scenario. On the other side of it, you've got the other family who is just scratching together 2 weeks worth of food and stuff like that, because it can get intense and busy and time consuming.
All right, I'm going to kill my green screen for a second here. It's all green because this washes out. You can get this off of Amazon. And what you're talking about there's the chapter on triage. Going through it, by the steps, everything else on it. And this one here is a rainproof one, right in the rain. And then it also has a section in the back for doing notes and stuff as well. Of everything you did. So wait a minute. I'm gonna put this one up.
And that's the importance of training. If you do practice and you do drills, you can.
I mean, it's just and things. So this is great. I mean, it's a little pocket. It's a pocket field manual, and it covers everything you can do. It has stuff for the medical team leader, stuff for the scribe to do, of the teams. Everything you're dealing with, all sorts. It goes through all the different disasters: winter storms, volcanoes, tornadoes, tsunamis, mudslides, excessive heat, hurricanes, wildfires, floods, and it's a nice little. How many pages do I have it? 82 pages. It's great.
That's a nice little book.
Yeah, and it's not that expensive on Amazon. It's called the CERT All-Weather Field Operating Guide.
Cool. The good thing about training, after that, you can then do, I think PV knows more about the AAR, after action report. So I don't know if that's, if you do a drill and then someone forgot one thing that could have cost everybody their lives. So maybe doing those drills and everybody's got a separate job, and then the good thing about practicing, if you mess up, no one's going to get hurt. But in a real situation, so maybe if you do an after drill report, so yeah, well you forgot the car keys. You're supposed to carry the car keys. We've got the bags.
You do an evaluation. I mean, an after action review or report, whether a wash up is a bit more intense into it than that, but just a general sort of evaluation as to how things are going, how you think things, mistakes made and stuff done correctly and all this sort of stuff. But it can be as basic as you like or as intense as you like, but as long as you're doing it and sort of evaluating yourself at one level, that's what really matters, I suppose. And you get someone.
What was that scenario you said where someone put their gas mask on, but they forgot to take the thing out inside the gas mask?
All right, so so one of the founders of a famous CBRN world leading respirator company, who supplies now CBRN equipment to many armed forces around the world. He was doing a weapons inspector job in Iraq, and they got this is Gulf War I type era. They got the alarm come over that they were under a chemical attack, so they donned the respirators. Little did he know, when he maintained his respirator, or whoever did it for him, they put one of the exhale valves or the inhale valve in the wrong way round, so he couldn't breathe in. He could only breathe out. Yeah, and it were literally, because he weren't training with the equipment, or he wasn't, he didn't practice with it beforehand. It was literally the time he needed it was the time he put it on, and it didn't work properly, and it just so happened to be a false alarm, luckily for him.
Wow, you see, that's why the training and practicing is so important. You do see lots of people with gas masks in their bug-out bags. I saw a funny video with this girl called, can I say her name, Shadow? Survival Lily. She was just had this loose, like, face mask, just like hanging on her backpack, and it's like,
it's ridiculous.
She's got no cover over it. She's just got this hanging like gas mask, and I was like, well, what you're going to damage that eventually. She's just running around in the forest. I got my bug out bag, and this is my gas mask, and I was like, okay, flapping around outside. It's just, I mean, if you damage that, one bit of rubber cut, one the straps get this, broken, anything, and you're finished. Yeah.
What's even scarier on that, not kind of scarier, but more immediately frightening. One of the guys, when I worked at for doing a Superfund site for a construction company, had his spare mask laying loose in the truck seat. He went to put it on, and there was a big old daddy long legs, not daddy long legs, a big old wolf, big hairy spider in there. He starts to put it on, oh, God! He's just freaking us out. That's why you keep it in the bag.
Yeah, Survival Lily got out of the bush that day. She didn't get any monsters in her gas mask, fortunately.
Yeah. Hey, you're in the woods. You get all sorts of critters. So you get ticks in there, out in the woods.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was like, what is she doing with a gas mask? Just like no case on it, nothing. Just like flapping on her bug-out bag. And like you're saying,
it's not a good idea.
Get in there. Imagine, like, you really need it. 9 seconds. 9 seconds. Get it on. Get it on. Get it on. Oh my gosh, there's a tarantula in there. But what are you going to do? But you can't take it off now because you've had your 9 seconds. Are you going to die by radiation or die by tarantula bite to the face? I think most people would prefer to take the mask off in that situation.
Yeah.
Hey, CB.
I would probably just swallow the spider.
Well, shall we go to number 4 then?
Sure.
That is really interesting, actually. You can raid others for all the supplies you need. I wouldn't do that. That is the most stupid thing you can do. Because
And
you
there's
will
several
get your ass kicked.
And there's several channels out there advocating that.
Yeah.
Morons.
Yeah, I know. I have come by some of those channels who actually promote that, but no.
It's just no. It's you know, yeah. You oh, I'm gonna go raid this guy. My neighbor over here, 3 houses down. He has a bunch of stuff. It's just him and his wife. I'm gonna go raid him. You show up there, and he's got all his cousins and stuff there. Now it's 1 against 30.
Yeah.
Shotguns, 30 shotguns.
Mm-hmm.
The old school
Yeah,
shotgun.
and that will blow you a couple of hundred holes in
And
him.
guess what? Now they're going to backtrack to your house.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, people got to understand that if they're that well prepared, then they're that well versed at defense as well.
Yeah.
And well, you know, crack on. You know, have a go. You know, if you're going to take someone on, have a go. But they've got to realise also that at that sort of stage, if there's any medical care left, any hospital care left, then someone's going to get injured. Whatever party it is debatable, but who's going to treat them, you know?
Like that film, Leave the World Behind. These neighbours were friends for years. Like, they were friends for silly amount of years. As soon as SHTF happened, they were pulling guns on each other.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that film. Anybody seen
Leave
good
the World
film. Behind?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen that.
Good film, yeah. These two neighbours, they were like, they've known each other for loads of years, and as soon as a situation happened, they pulled guns on each other straight away.
Hey Vanessa,
Really
good
sad.
to see you.
Has society is society showing their true colours? Was we ever united? I mean, if now the shit's going to hit the fan. Sorry, I said the word.
Yeah.
No worries.
You know, and then everybody's going to be going against it. You know, so what a great job the system's done at uniting us.
Yeah. There was an older show. I think it was the Twilight Zone or something like that, where the air raids went off and stuff, and the one guy had a shelter, and he's trying to get his whole family in here. The neighbors come over. Well, here, at least take my kids. Yeah, and then all of a sudden he had like 15 families shoving their kids at him to take down into the shelter.
Yeah, I think that was actually called The Shelter, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah, the shelter was overstuffed and stuff. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm, but the drama they did on it was excellent. On showing the drama and the parents freaking out. Please take my and the fights among the people up above. They didn't get into it and everything else, and it turned out to be either a false alarm or a test.
There is a guy in America. I don't know his channel name, but he has built a bunker specifically for the whole village, the whole town's children. I don't know if you guys have seen it. There's a guy who put a load of buses together and he dug the ground and put these buses underground.
Oh,
and he made like
that was a long time ago. That guy passed away, and his kids decided no, because most of the buses all the way in the back under the dirt had started to collapse. And it started to collapse and fill with water. It became a massive hazard. There were just school buses. He was picking them up, and he was just kept lining them up and sort of putting them together, and then just putting like little passageways between each one.
That's it. Yeah.
But it started to collapse over the years. I mean, he was doing that for like 40 years.
Wow.
But they finally just said no, and they just buried it as is, where is, sorry. And that was the family did that because they're like, this is not feasible. It was a fun idea back in the day that he just
what a lovely guy
turned into
what a nice guy,
he was a cool guy. He had a great idea, but not with school buses that were still literally sitting on inflated tires.
Oh wow.
Yeah. That wasn't the brightest thing in the world.
You just took the metal bit off and took the wheels off and
he literally drove them up next to each other and like welded panels between them so he could just go from room to room to room or bus to bus. And then it's still out there somewhere. I forget. You could probably go to YouTube and just put a underground bus bunker, and you'd probably find
scenario for you. You're driving along, Jill. It's SHTF situation. 2 kids are on the road wanting you to stop. Now, we know that situations have happened where you see a girl on the road, you pull over, you think, oh, I'll get a damsel in distress. And next thing, someone comes out from the bushes with a gun. What do you do if you see 2 children?
Look to see if there's bushes around.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good one. Yeah, yeah.
That's when your multifunction goggles for everything, for all the different wavelengths, and you just kind of scan the area to see if you can see anything out there. Oh, wait a minute, there's 6 people out there in the bushes. Nope.
Yep. Keep driving.
Yep.
Leave.
Yeah, or hit the gas and the gas and know that they're going to move out of the way because they're out there as bait and they know it.
Well, this is sad, isn't it? As well, if because children don't sort of conjure up evil. Usually, most percentage. Yeah,
usually kids aren't going to be standing in the middle of the roadway, and if they are, that's your first clue. It's a trap.
Yeah. Or one's laying down on the edge of the road and the other one's hovering over it and starts screaming and waving. It's like, meanwhile, for the last half a mile, you saw them there. And all of a sudden they start waving and the kid's just sitting. It depends on the age and stuff. And you look for cover nearby, culverts and things where people might be hiding. It's like, yep, sorry, dude.
I've seen videos on YouTube, a guy driving along in his truck and he comes along and he sees a toddler in the street. This little kid's run away from his house. I mean, obviously, it wasn't a SHTF situation, but
that makes a big difference right there.
Yeah, that's when you make sure you video yourself the entire time and don't cut the video. So if somebody says, you stole my child, it's like, no, this kid was literally walking in the street. He got in my car. I buckled him up and drove him right to the police station. And here's the full-length video to prove it.
Yeah, he had a video.
You're welcome.
He had a dash cam video, and you could see the kid, just the little toddler. He must have been about 3. Tiny little child. And the guy stopped and said, where are you going, little boy? Anyway, he found the parents' house, but yeah.
That brings up another point here of prepping that hasn't been done since I was a little kid. Writing the kid's name and address in their underwear in permanent marker.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Back in the 60s, me and my 2 brothers, we had our names written in our underwear and our address because there was no cell phones and stuff.
On our school uniform.
Yeah. So that's something like that is always good to have. They even have now those they're temporary tattoos. You can get them printed off, a bunch of them. I forget who told me about them, and I did a live stream on it. You can order them, and for like when you go to Disneyland, and you up on the arm, you put it on there, and it takes a couple days for it to come off. But there's the tattoo with the parent's cell phone number on it.
Yeah. We have something similar here in Sweden as well. We put on the same thing on the kids here too. Yeah. Something similar, which is really awesome.
Well, a lot of places like we have a place called Chuck E. Cheese where, it's a playland for kids and there's people at the doors. Nobody comes in or out unless you have a wristband on, and every kid gets a wristband. Same thing, and the wristband has an ID number on it. They scan so they know who's who. And it's like, I can't find my kid. It's like, all right, we'll find them. And they find him or her or whatever.
Well, it's a good idea for SHTF situations to have maybe printed cards or like you said, put it on the clothing, just in case you get separated. You never know. You might, run down the road. All of a sudden there's a massive crowd. You get separated from your children. But then again, does that mean you'll have to go back to your house? Because if your children's got the name and address, what do you do?
Yeah, of course, nowadays cell phones work and all that.
Yeah, if it's not SHTF, it's not a disaster, and you just found the kid out there, That's the first thing you do is it's like 911. Yeah, I have a kid here who's out in the street by himself, going to get hit. Can you get an officer over here? And they said, well, why don't you move them? You kidding me? People are too happy. I ain't getting sued.
I think we need to get to number 5 now, because otherwise we're going to be here all for 24 hours.
Yeah. I got number 5 was you need to have a bunch of different types of bags.
Yeah.
I've seen a channel list off over a dozen different types of bags you need to have. No, you need a get home bag. You need a bug out bag if you can have a bug out bag, and you have a medical bag.
Yeah, Bob will tell you the same thing. Bob has a bag by his door for him and his wife, and to get out of there.
Worm. Good to see you.
Keeps one in his truck or car, and that way, I mean, he's got a couple, but not like one for every scenario out there. Now you got to label all your bags. Go, okay, what's going on? Okay, there was an earthquake. Where's my earthquake bag?
Yeah,
I've got an EDC carry, and then I've got a bug out bag. That's it.
Yeah, you don't need to have a dozen different bags. And the thing is, oh, this is my inch bag. This is my get out of Dodge bag. This is my bug out. Wait, they're all the same friggin' thing.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is my wilderness survival bag.
Yeah, just in case I happen to wander into the wilderness from the city. Yeah, that's going to happen real quick.
The bushcrafter's bug out bag. You know, the bushcraft. It's a different bug out bag.
Yeah, I got my little frying pan, my blade, and some rope and an axe and a tarp or whatever. Yeah, sure.
Your fire.
You know what that sounds like at our house? That sounds like our standard Boy Scout. You know, our family was all Boy Scouts. I was a Scoutmaster. My wife was the assistant Scoutmaster. Then she became the committee chair. We all had Boy Scout bags for going to Boy Scout camp. That's what it was. Because, hey, we could survive 2 weeks of Boy Scout camp with what we had in our bags.
Yep.
We didn't have all this miscellaneous superfluous stuff that that comes up on number 11.
Yeah, I pretty much carry one bag in my vehicle, whether it's my work vehicle, my personal. It just goes back and forth. That's just my go home bag, because I know wherever I'm going, in general, at most will be a 3-day walk. I mean, depending on some of the places that my company sends me, it goes with me. If I have to walk home, I know where I'm at. It'll be 3 days to get home, or maybe a little more. So I just carry enough stuff in there for like 3-4 days. And I mean, clothing, I don't need 4 pairs of jeans and 4 pairs of underpants. Yeah, maybe 2-3 pairs of socks, and some toilet paper and something to eat or drink, maybe. But that's about it.
My husband was going to order something the other day. Can't remember now, but I clipped him round the ear and pulled out a box with what he needed.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Hey, you've already got 58 guns. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly.
But I need this one. It's different.
This is my survival gun. The other one's my bug out gun. The other one's my everyday carry gun. The other one's my mountain gun. The other one's my river gun.
Yeah, and the one is my sniper gun.
Yeah,
this is my snowflake gun.
Yeah,
it's got a rainbow on it.
Yeah, it's the one with the 250 round belt feed box on it.
So you get these. The problem with most people who watch videos, especially on YouTube, is the fact that they get consumed they get pulled in so many different directions. They see one video and some guy's got this, the brand new latest gear, etc., and a certain bag that is the must-have. And then watch this other video. You don't need that bag. Get this one, and this is the only one you'll need. You'll get another video, and get a home bag, a bug out bag, survival bag, etc., etc. And they're mystified, and they get into this thing saying, "Well, maybe actually I need one for there, one for there," and
they are equal, Vanessa.
Complete fantasy.
Yeah, it's true.
Maybe another idea for people is All right, have a number of bags, for instance, and say you got the center of a room, you put some core equipment in there, and a different load of equipment around it, relating to different scenarios, and depending on what the scenario is that you have to react, leave, or move to another location, you pick and choose from that certain type of equipment, pack the bag, and away you go. Because really, realistically, there's not many scenarios where you have to actually exit the door within 5 minutes. There's going to be some sort of lead up warning time or some trend that's going to indicate the threat, so you can sort of tailor a bag as to the ongoing situation.
This is a funny one, Vanessa Kitty. So when we bought the property up here, I started moving a bunch of our supplies up here. I had a 10-foot cargo container, and I started bringing up bags of weed and everything else. I probably made about 20 trips moving stuff up here just to get half of it up here. And now that my wife's retiring, we're going to rent a U-Haul and move a bunch more. Because we left half the stuff there for half the family there, half up here. My daughter and her family's across the street. So yeah, I mean, it's like, if you're heading to a bug out location and you have something already in mind, like a cabin, that you have up in the woods for a vacation retreat or whatever, you're going to have a bunch of stuff there stored already.
Yeah.
But if your bug out vehicle stops miles from where you're at and your bug out vehicle is loaded, shame on you. Your bug out vehicle should not be loaded down with supplies. The supplies should already be where you're planning to go. In my personal opinion. Yeah, one of the things that I've talked about is like my nephews and stuff know I got cargo containers up here for them to put stuff in if they want to put stuff in now. It's just, hey, plan ahead of time.
Well, a couple of things would be needed. Saw, knife, the basics.
Yeah.
Water container.
Water containers. Yep. Number one, water.
And
like
small
Guardian said earlier,
stove.
Have some caches as well. I mean, you might have a bug out location. It might take you a couple of days to get there. It might take you a day to get there. Maybe your vehicle's broke down. Now, what you thought was a 2-hour journey is now going to be a 24-hour journey.
Yeah. And the thing is, too, if you're going to have a bug out location, see if you have any relatives along that route where you can put a cache at, because or there is a here in the United States we have regional parks, we have state parks, we have national parks, we have national forests, we have state forests. So those are areas where you could stash something, so long as you know where exactly it is that you stashed and you're able to get to it, to find it, to get the stuff out of it. But yeah, things change in places around. Where I used to go hunting, every year we'd go up 4 weeks before hunting season opened up with topographical maps to see what changed up there, because there was logging going on up there. They would thin out the trees and stuff. They wouldn't clear cut. They cut stuff out. They put in roads. They would restore the old roads to natural habitat. And so roads would come and disappear and stuff. And so we drove around and found out what the changes were. You may put in a nice stash somewhere, and a logging company comes in there, and they plowed your stash up because they're putting a road there. Yeah. Having caches along the way is good and fine if you know that area is never going to change. You have permission to have it there, and you know it's going to be there.
Yeah, so I would say it's better to find a park that is not sort of a local park where they might be doing new builds in there. it's like people go in there somewhere that's more wilderness type, where it's unlikely that they're going to build anything there. Maybe.
Yeah. All right. So the next one down, number 6.
Freeze-dried. Number 6 is freeze-dried food is what you must have to survive. No, it's a compliment to what you
come
already
on,
have.
man, you're killing me.
He's a freeze dryer. He freeze dries everything.
Yeah, but he's probably tastes better than Mountain House.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And he's a chef too. All right, he is
disgusting.
a chef and he freeze dries it. So yeah,
He probably makes
he is the
better
exception
tasting
to
stuff.
this rule.
Yeah, I'm not saying you only need freeze-dried food. I just stepped my game up from canning and dehydrating.
Chef Tech, we need your product on the market.
No,
We need
too many permits and fees to go
Give it
through.
to
No,
us.
it's just for me and my family.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Depends on how long you're going to plan to
yeah.
survive for. I mean, if it's for 3 days, then yeah, no problems at all.
No problem.
If you're hiking, freeze-dried food is great for hiking because it's light, especially if you have water sources along where you're hiking. But you know, this was their channel saying this freeze-dried food is the. You know, I've left the word "only" out of there. They were saying the freeze-dried food is the only food you need to store. No, it's not. It's not. You need to diversify your food storage, just like frozen. Just like you should be diversifying your finances and stuff, your investments.
Yeah, honey is good. Honey, finding foods that are like, for example, eggs, dried eggs. They've got a long shelf life. Corned beef. I recently watched a video, and this lady was saying that corned beef can go 7 to 10 years past the date.
Yeah, canned corned beef. Yeah, it sure can. I'll attest to that.
Is that true? Yeah.
Yeah. Depends on who made it. If it's like Hormel or some top name.
Hey, Pilgrim, good to see you.
Chances are good. Yeah, if it says used by January 2025, I've opened 3-year-old cans of corned beef and it smells just like it did 5 years previous.
Yeah.
And because I love canned corned beef. It's my downfall. I don't make my own. I like
corned beef as well. I think it's a fantastic survival food, and it lasts for years. Things like honey.
Honey
lasts forever.
And powdered eggs.
No, freeze-dried eggs.
I think the key is to get a balance of things, not to rely on one type of food, one source of food, etc. But
I agree.
Even with food storage, how long are you planning to, how big your supply is going to be?
Yeah.
I would suggest that a 25-year food storage plan is ridiculous. Anything beyond 2 years, you're pushing it really hard, because you've got to maintain that food, rotate it. It's going to cost a lot to gain in the first place, and by that time, a long-term sort of preparedness pantry food storage plan, in my view, should be enough to sustain you until your long-term sustainment plan is in effect, i.e. growing your own food and so on.
Along the lines with that, though, there are certain foods that last centuries.
Come on.
Honey, wheat, barley, not flour. These are just the grains, wheat, rye, and those will last for centuries if they're stored right. If you have a bug out location, that's what you should be storing up there. It's the long-term stuff that's good for ages, and freeze-dried food too, because freeze-dried food, they say 25 years on it. I've had some Mountain House. I cracked one open about 3 weeks ago that I bought back in '79.
Wow.
Still good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because back then they filling every pouch was filled with nitrogen.
Right.
And had an oxygen absorber in there.
And they always tell you, it's got a guarantee on it. Great. Crap hit the fan. I got $10,000 worth of freeze-dried Mountain House food. and I open a bag up and it's spoiled. I open another bag, it's spoiled. I open a can, where's my money back guarantee? Are they gonna like come to my rescue and bring me more food after the crap hits the fan? No, I don't think so. That's why I make my own.
Yeah. And so, if you have a bug out location, a cabin, whatever it is you're going to, that's where you might store the freeze dried food, the honey, the sugar, because sugar is a preservative. It keeps forever. Salt. Oh, salt keeps a million years, no problem. You keep those things there so you have essentials that'll get you by until you can get the garden going and the hunting going and everything else going.
Have you heard about those 100-year-old eggs in China?
Yeah, I've heard about those.
It's supposed to be like a delicacy of some kind.
Yeah, because it's 100 years. That's like 100-year-old scotch. I mean, there's not a lot of them out there, and they're expensive because why? They had to sit on them aging for 100 years to make that claim.
Interesting. That's interesting to find out. Perhaps maybe how we can do that.
You can salt cure. Yeah, you have to look into that one. I know about them. They're called Scotch eggs. Never really got into it because
Scotch eggs.
Yep, not my favorite. I've heard of it. I know people that have tried it, and they're like, you either like it or you don't. And I don't think that's a good survival food, in my personal opinion.
Wait, we're talking about the Chinese eggs here.
Yeah,
they're called Scotch eggs.
Maybe not Scotch eggs, but it's a similar procedure. But yeah, they're preserved. They use salt and other things in there, and then they're technically fermented. Yeah, it's really a long process, but it's a 100-year process. You're not going to make a 100-year egg in a week. And by the time your 100-year eggs are ready to eat, you're gone. Your kids are probably gone too. Yeah. So I wouldn't waste my time even looking into it.
Yeah.
In the army, we were only allowed. This is like standard procedure from the 80s all the way through. Was that if you were on any sort of rations, MREs, C rations, or dehydrated rations, etc., you were only allowed to eat those for no more than a week before you had to be supplemented with fresh food.
Yeah,
because they bung you up as well. And
yeah,
oh man,
so the key is to dispel the myth. Is that depend on the duration. For the longer term, medium to longer term, I would suggest that you would need a variety of food to sustain you. So it makes you more robust as well, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I freeze dry broccoli, just to say one. I buy it from one of my local farmers, and I wash it off real well. I blanch it, cut it into my pieces, and throw it in the freeze dryer. And I've eaten it at the cabin. I literally just open up that asparagus and cauliflower and other stuff I do, and I just pour hot water in it, and it just rehydrates, and it's just like you picked it and blanched it like 5 minutes ago. So, and all the nutritional value is still there. Some of the stuff for the military, the rations, they're high in carbohydrates, fiber, and some vitamins, but not back then. It was they were going for 50-year sustainable food in a bag, where it'll get you through for a while, but yeah, you need to get some real nutrition in you because some of the stuff is stripped out. They have to process it so hard to make sure it lasts that long that a lot of the nutrients kind of just disappear. So, and I get that. You could eat them. You can get by probably for a few weeks. You're going to be in rough shape. But my food, personally, my own food, oh yeah, I got casseroles, all kinds of stuff. I just keep the fat sort of low. And I freeze dry steak. I mean, I just did raw pork chops the other day, boneless pork chops. I freeze dried them raw. They're like little hockey pucks. Add water back to it and throw it on the grill, and I got pork chops grilled. So,
yeah, like PV was saying, it's a balance. Getting a balance. You don't want to be eating Mountain House for weeks.
And how long do you think you're going to survive on rice and beans?
If you do,
I mean, it will keep you alive.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
There'll be detrimental effects along the line somewhere.
It's like every time there's a new scare tactic in the States here, wherever, everybody runs out and buys a 50-pound bag of rice and 4 40-pound bags of beans, and I'm going to survive forever. It's like on rice and beans, dude. You're going to get sick of that crap really fast.
That's called food. I just lost the word.
Variety.
No.
Desert.
There's a term about where you're getting bored of it, and
food fatigue.
Yeah,
food fatigue.
Food fatigue, yeah.
Well,
That's why you need to store a lot of spices too.
Yeah,
I've got
say
loads of
our
spices.
British Army rations. You'd always get a bottle of Tabasco in there.
You
know,
need
no matter what the menu was, it all tasted like Tabasco.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff lasts a long time too. So there is that.
All right, shall we move on to number 7?
Yeah, it's easy to do a garden. You just need to store seeds.
Sure. I want to answer this with 2 letters. BS. If you garden, you know you fail all the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, it's good to store some seeds. I don't mind, but you need to put them in the soil to grow something of them.
You need to practice so you know what grows good in your soil.
Yeah.
You need to practice so you know you do it every year, because one year something will do really good. The next year you ain't getting squat from it. Next year it's back good again. That's the way crops grow. They don't grow good every single year unless you're throwing a ton of chemicals on it, like the big commercial farms do.
Oh, you mean that video we saw of Portland, Oregon, where they took over the town and they ordered some tomato and pepper plants, and they just put a little pile of dirt in the park and put their stuff and put a little plastic picket fence around it, and they sat there staring at it for days, going, "I mean, that doesn't grow right away, really?"
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing is, it was Thorhaven Homestead up in Canada. They did some videos on their pantry and stuff. They had a couple of years back, they had a bumper crop of green beans, and they canned green beans coming out the years.
Mm-hmm.
The next year, they had hardly any of them produce any green beans, but they had plenty on the shelf.
Right.
Kept them through the next year.
That's right. That's my goal this year is the green bean, because I might do it later this evening, but I got to cut the grass. But I'm going to put my beans in. I got a lot of different beans to go in. I know I'm going to get a lot of them. I hope I get a lot of them.
Yeah.
And I'm probably not going to can them because I'm running out of space on my canning shelf. No, I'll blanch them and freeze dry them in portions for 2 people. And I can just go downstairs and grab a thing of beans in 3 years and be like, "Hey, you want beans with dinner, honey?" Sure. Go downstairs and throw them in a pot of hot water and cook them a little more. And there you go. Here's your fresh green beans from 4 years ago.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, gardening is a ongoing learning skill. I mean, I've been gardening since I was a little kid, and I'm still learning new tricks. So,
Hey,
I mean,
Mike, good to
shows
see
us
you.
how disconnected we are from nature. I mean, like hundreds of years ago, people could just live in the wilderness, no problem, in most countries, and they learned how to prep. They learned how to, work summer, get the stuff for the winter, put by some food, what have you.
Seeds, I mean, it's
like was a way of life.
It's like storing seeds as well. If you were to just store a batch of seeds, you don't know until it's too late that how viable those seeds are. They might just be non-viable seed, non-sprouting at all. But if you're constantly, if you got a stash of seeds that you're always using and rotating through as well, you know that they're viable seeds and they're going to work for you when the time comes because you're always using them.
And that's the side thing goes to it. You're growing it, harvest some seeds. You grow lettuce, let 1 or 2 of the lettuce plants bolt and produce seeds and harvest the seeds. Your pumpkins, your squash, harvest the seeds.
And the good thing on that, your seeds now were born and raised in that soil condition. And if they survived, they'll probably survive again. If you buy seeds from a friend, 100 miles away, he may have different soil conditions and you may have a low germination rate and not know why. But if you grow your own and you get your own seeds and you treated them properly to make sure they're viable the next year, some cases you have to freeze them for a couple days so they think they went through wintertime. Then you can dry them and store them and they'll grow. Other ones, you don't. And but you grew it in your soil, your soil, and you modify your soil every year. So, but your conditions are good for those seeds then.
Yeah.
Many farmers have to go to the government to buy seeds now.
Oh, yeah, because they're GMO seeds, and you're not allowed to keep your GMO seeds. You have to buy their seeds to plant them. That's a whole nother problem here in the States and some other countries.
So that's going to be a problem as well. Getting good seeds.
Yeah.
But again, like Jill says, you've got to practice.
Yeah. You can't just store the seeds and, okay, SHT has happened or Twaki's happened. I'm going to go dig a garden up and plant seeds and have all the food I need.
Yeah,
I hate channels that say that.
Even in a non-SHTF situation, I started growing tomatoes in my garden. When the tomatoes, I was so waiting for the tomatoes so I can get the seeds. Someone stole the tomatoes.
Yeah. I've heard of a lot. There's a lot of that goes on around here. People have gardens on the side yard that are not fenced in, and people walk by and they're like, wow, look at all those tomatoes. And meanwhile, these people can probably afford stuff, but they sneak up on their side property and just take all their tomatoes when they're ripe and leave. You walk out the next day, it's like, what the hell happened to all my tomatoes? They're gone.
So, SHTF's happened. Months have gone by. The shops have run out of food. You're having to try and grow stuff in your garden. But how many people will see that?
Oh, this is where you get to know your neighbors, hopefully, and you're not in a city. So you're in a city environment, in apartments or a flat. That's a whole different scenario. Around me, most of my neighbors know I grow. Some of them grow some of their own stuff, but they love it when I grow because I give it to them because I don't need that much. And but they're also capable of, if I say, hey, go dig up that corner over there, I'll give you some seeds. Let's get some stuff growing here. They'll grow it.
Let's see if I can find it real quick.
I stopped growing tomatoes. I stopped growing tomatoes, and I stopped growing anything that anybody could steal.
See,
this is where you get into what Howie does, guerrilla gardening, where if you're walking through a park where there's an area in the park that really nobody goes in, like no homeless people, no trash, whatever, and the town doesn't really take care of it. Yeah, you sprinkle some seeds, sprinkle some squash seeds that'll vine and go up the trees. And nobody's going to bother it. And then you just go by it every now and then, take a look. It's like, okay, I got flowers up there. And then eventually you'll see a couple squash, whatever, not zucchini, but like, long-term squash, like acorn squash and spaghetti and stuff like that. And once they start growing, you just disappear into that little patch of woods and pick a couple squash and drop them in a bag and take them home. You didn't have to do anything. It's just, and it's grown on government property. They just don't know about it.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of people doing that. It's a good idea if you can get away with that, definitely.
Yeah, people do that along some of. We have a lot of rail trails out here in Pennsylvania, and canal trails, the C&O Canal, and that. Oh yeah, you walk down there now. Oh, you see all kinds of things. You got tomato plants growing, you got pepper plants growing, and they're just scattered in the woods. People just take bags of seeds and just throw them everywhere. Maybe kick them into the dirt a little bit and leave. It stays nice and moist down there. It's not too sunny. It doesn't burn. And then you come back a couple months later and there's peppers growing in the woods and people just don't see. Most people don't see it, but the ones don't know what to look for. It's like, wow, somebody's really going out of their way guerrilla style here. That's pretty cool. And they're not going to hurt. They're not going to say anything. If you go in there and grab a acorn squash, like, oh, that one's ripe, I'm taking that one. You take it with you. They'll probably be like, cool, somebody's taking the food that I planted for anybody to take.
It's weird how some people don't even recognize the most obvious thing. I think there's one near me, and you walk through, and there's a sea of rhubarb to your right, absolutely loads of it, and nobody seems to realize what it is.
No, I think it's a weed.
Yeah.
People are disconnected from nature.
Yep.
Most people on the planet, I'd say, can I say 90%?
I'd say that's fair.
Yeah.
90% of the planet is totally disconnected from nature. And I mean, the scripture says the meek shall inherit the earth. And I was thinking, who are the meek? Are they the Amazonians, the ones who live in the forest, these little people that live in, they're surviving without money, without ATM machines, without internet.
Yeah. It's the ones that don't fall into the societal category of, I am part of society. I must be a part of society. I must follow the rules of society and be just like society.
So you gave me a new perspective on it there, Lewis. It's meek are those who get their hands dirty in the dirt.
Amen. It's the ones that are out there in the bushes. Are we the
Yeah.
meek? Can we call ourselves meek people? Look at the state of us humans in what's been done to us by the flipping advertising, globalists. You know, buy this, buy that. You know, you must look smart. You must show everybody else that you're not a tramp. You've got to wear 150-pound trainers. Keeping up with the Joneses mentality. I would say going back to the caches quickly. I would say look at the squirrels.
Yeah.
Yeah, except not too many other squirrels are going to go digging up their holes coming from the next county over because they're hungry.
And they're not putting. When I put nuts out, I watch them, what they do with them, and they don't put them all in the same place. They'll come and get one nut. They'll run off over to the right. I'm looking out my window. Where's he going with that one? Okay, he comes back, grabs another one, and they go off to the left somewhere. So he's put all these different nuts in different areas.
And then he forgets where they're at.
They don't. They're amazing. They well, I don't know if they actually really forget, but if someone's done a study on that, please.
Our squirrels do, because all of a sudden we got walnut trees growing in the middle of our garden. We got sunflowers growing in our middle of our garden.
Cool.
We got.
Well, they probably plant. They hide more than necessary, and then at the end of the season, when they've pretty much remembered where stuff was or smelled where it was and eaten it, now the new season starts. They just go start getting new stuff. So then the old stuff, the nuts and the whatever seeds, they grow.
A chance to germinate.
Well, that's brilliant. Yep. So then you can have a guerrilla garden, as well as caches all over the place, and you know they outlast you, and then you go into next year's lot.
Yeah. I was trying to find a meme I'd shown on one of my live streams, but it's to teach a man to fish, or give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he can feed himself for life. Teach a man how to garden, and the whole neighborhood gets zucchini.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to be part of the meek, get out into the bushes now. Get your hands dirty, like Jill said. You know, get out there and rough it up for a while. Go and sleep in your tent in the tarp for a weekend. See what it feels like. You're getting people now saying, "Well, I don't like camping." What if they got to? What if you've got your family and all of a sudden they're like, Dad, Jill, why did you bring us here?
Yeah, there's no internet for my phone. Why am I here? I'm bored.
Yeah. Dad, my hair needs washing. Go over to the river then. I can't go wash it in the river.
There's fish in there. They pee there.
There's insects. There's insects, Dad.
Yeah, well, fortunately, see, all my kids, from the times they were little, went camping out in the middle of nowhere for all the time. And then when my daughter got old enough, she wanted to go to these camps, put on by the city or whatever. And she actually worked on a couple of them. My boys, Boy Scouts. My youngest one was staff. Even as an adult, he was staff at Boy Scout camp. He got hired on as staff.
If you've got children,
it's all how they're raised.
Out there, get your children into doing these type of activities.
Yeah, I took all my girls camping, and one of them went with me a couple more times after the family stopped going together as a big family. And if anything ever happened, I know they could camp. They still talk about it. They know. Yeah. They just choose not to right now. But it's not like, I'm never going camping. It was gross. It's like, whatever. Sure, let's go camping. I don't care.
Yeah. Scouts is still a big thing over here, so I think a lot of people that they're getting low on numbers and less uptake these days. But I think you should encourage kids to do scouts and things like that.
Yeah, you're the home of Gilwell Park, home of the International Scouts.
Yeah.
And for those that don't know, it was General Lord Baden-Powell.
Yep.
Founded Scouts.
Yep. He was a colonel.
Yeah, there was. I used to live near the location where he came from, down in Poole, And there was a big, still a big statue of him there. And funnily enough, last year on Armed Forces Day, I went to chat to the scout tent, scout masters and all this sort of stuff. And two of them were saying during a bunch of disruption and riots that we had, and they were starting to topple and smash up white supremacy type statues and all this sort of stuff. They went down to Paul and they stood round and defended the Baden-Powell statue, these two scoutmasters, along with a bunch of others from around the country. And they actually saved it to the point in which the council came along and put this big protective cover over it until all the trouble eased off, you know.
Did he have ties to stuff like that? Would he have been targeted?
Apparently so, for some reason. If you look back far enough, they can make any excuse to topple any sort of authority figure, you know.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, your great ancestor was Prince John.
Yeah.
We hate you.
Yeah.
Robin Hood rules.
They threw a statue in the river in Bristol of someone who was. Who was that statue? What was that statue? They threw a statue in the river.
That's right. Yeah.
Bristol.
That's right. I'm not sure that was, but I can remember it. Yeah, they actually, I think they did some jail time for it, or they were found guilty. The people who were found responsible for it were convicted.
I find it's a strange mentality that we want to hide the past, even if it was bad things and stuff like that. If you know, if we don't learn from the past, we're doomed to repeat it, right? That's the phrase.
Yeah.
So why would we want to destroy and hide all of these things? It's insane.
Yeah. What's next on the list then, Gil?
Next one is the next one. Hang on a second. Let me get back here. I gotta change my background for the next one. Here we go. Go back to it. There we go.
Bunkers.
Yes. You need an underground shelter.
Everybody would like to have an underground shelter.
I would have one, but I'm not rich as Bill Gates.
Yeah.
They're going to get a nasty shock anyway. Even if you have got a bunker, you know, the generator's going to run out, the fuel's going to run out, and they're just going to suffocate in their bunker.
It's got to be very, very well planned and thought out. These people who are buying these old ROC bunkers are basically burying themselves.
I think $5 million.
They have a lot of money too.
I think if you're going to need a bunker, you need a proper bunker. Like you know, it's going to cost not just $5 million. You're getting these lots on the market now. They're like $1 million, $2 million, $5 million. They're useless. Yeah. And they're like apartments, and they've got like little swimming pools in them, and that's just a gimmick. I mean, you know, that's like buying some of this camping gear that's like, you know, being advertised out there for camping. You know, there's so much crap that, you know, get a bunker, man.
I always talk to my friends. I'm like, if I ever win the lottery, I'm buying one of those Titan missile silos. They're huge, and you could put a pool, you could put everything in there. You could probably store about 100 years of fuel in there and all that stuff. If it's only like 2-3 people, or you're just your family, sure. But I never won the lottery, so it's just a pipe dream.
The price tag goes up a bit if the missile's still in there.
The worst part is all the missile silos that are for sale in my side of the United States. They fill in the missile silo. The actual silo itself is filled in with rubble and rock and dirt and that. All you get is the building on top and the open work areas that lead to the silo. And now there's some guys that they're working on digging it out. Not that they're going to put a missile in there anytime soon, but
I'd rather go to the mountains.
There's plenty.
I'd rather go to the top of the mountains, and that way you can see the show.
Front row seats.
If you're in that, remember that film 2012 when there was a real crackpot,
and it was
crackpot.
Yeah, it was the radio guy, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's like,
Woody Harrelson.
Right now, it's coming to kill me, and I'm wow, look at that,
yeah, Woody Harrelson. That
Charlie Frost.
That's brilliant.
The problem with most military bunkers, I mean, there's plenty for sale in UK. They're going up for sale, and some of them
Good to see you.
some of them are quite reasonable prices. £16,000 you can buy a bunker.
Are we talking
for.
about the old ROC ones and stuff?
Yeah, the Royal Observer Corps bunkers, which there's hundreds of them, if not thousands. Problem is,
those were literally just bomb shelters back in the day.
Yeah. Well, they're actually nuclear hardened observation shelters, but they're all mapped. You can go on a map and look at every one of them, know exactly where every one of them is.
Yep.
So, having a bunker's all well and good. Having any shelters all well and good, but it's got to be covert, out of eyes, away from possible intruders and all this sort of stuff. It's a good, it'll make a good secure location initially to ride out any initial wave if you can get there.
Yeah, it'd be a good YouTube film studio. My worry is, like you said, with the map, you only need 10 or 20 preppers in your area going for the same ROC bunker, and you're going to have a bit of a scrap on your hands.
I know. Wherever I go,
that or you better organize them all into a mutual assistance group.
Wherever I go, I always look for the nearest rock bunker to go and have a look.
Gil, these bunkers are designed for 2 people to stay in.
Okay.
It'll have to be a very close-knit group. You can get bigger ones. There's like command posts and stuff like that. But like the small ones near me are literally 2-man jobs.
Yeah.
And also we're getting people now that are buying, they're thinking, I'm going to get a van and, convert it into a motorhome. That way, if SHTF situation happens, I can just drive off somewhere. But what's happening in the UK now? Apparently, they're going to ban motorhomes by 2030. I think
I've not heard this.
Yeah, they want to make them electric.
Oh, right, yeah.
That crap's not gonna. That's never gonna happen.
I think the only way they're putting that in though is for new ones, right?
Yeah, they'll just make it prohibitively expensive to buy fuel.
Yeah,
even though it's available and whatever, but they'd be like, nope, sorry, you gotta have an electric now.
They're now giving people fines in the UK for, say, like you've got a camper van and you pull up in the high street during the night and you sleep in the van during the night, your camper van, you can get charged with an offence now.
Yeah.
I've got a sub-converted camper van, and the law has always been, and this still is enforced, that you can't sleep in your van overnight within 15 foot of a road. So as long as you're off the road, crack on. There's no great shakes.
I didn't know if it was that was the rule, that within 15 got to be outside of 15 feet.
Yeah, generally, they can always get you on that. There's always some law if they can move someone on with.
Yeah.
But I mean,
in Scotland, you've still got wild camping, so I think it's a bit more free to park up your camper van as well. For the same
respect. Starting putting signs in the middle of nowhere.
People have been kicking the ass out of it, especially in England, and the main restrictions are in England. You go to Scotland or Wales, and it's a lot more looser. There's a lot more opportunity to park up, and I can drive into a forest in Wales or Scotland. No one will bother me; it'll be perfectly all right. But you try that in England, and there'll be height barriers everywhere. No overnight parking signs. There'll be freaks knocking around at night, drinking and causing all sorts of chaos.
If you do get a knock on your van, just say, "I'm not here."
I'm not in. Please leave a message after the beep.
I was down this track one night, 6 miles off the nearest road, next to this reservoir, and 3 a.m, we had this car pull up, and I looked at the cameras that I had installed around, one on the van and one in the tree, and got a Wi-Fi camera, 2 of them, and it was the police. Knocked on my van.
Oh no, I'm not here.
You waking up bolt upright, think what, expecting all sorts, and the police saying, "You all right in there? We'll just come to check on you."
I was asleep.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for that. Yeah, cheers. I'm all right. I haven't stolen anything, etc., etc.
I'm not an illegal.
So I mean, Yeah, the bubble has burst on the van life situation, I think, and the prices are just getting ridiculous for the new ones. They're extortionate prices.
Yeah, if you're a complete innocent, or just wanting to do a bit of a holiday and camp at the side of the road, you'll probably 9 times out of 10 you're going to get moved on. Yeah, if you're a full traveller camp, you can stay there for a couple of weeks before they get the bottle up to come and try and move you on. What's that all about?
Yeah.
Maybe learn how to speak some of that
Romany.
Fight for it.
Mel says plenty of dogging sites that are bloody.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, I sent you an email with the list we're going off of.
Oh, cool.
Was that bunker? Was we at a bunker stage?
So yeah, I would say
Yeah,
if you can afford a bunker, fine, get one. It will help you ride out an initial wave of whatever, as long as you can
find a cave system.
As long as you can get there in time safely.
If you can afford a bunker like this thing here, go buy that retreat cabin up in the mountains or wherever that you can
mountains
and put a barn up there and store all your stuff up there.
Yeah.
Buy a house with a cellar.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
The cost to build a bunker, you can get a house for that in a decent size.
Property. Number 8, I see it.
And you buy yourself a £5,000 lifeboat. Those orange. So your friends come and visit you in the mountains, and you've got this big old orange lifeboat, and you're like, well, just in case. What? All the way up here? We're 10,000 meters up.
Yeah, that's nothing if it's a big enough tsunami.
Exactly. Did you remember the same in the film 2012? You had the Buddhist monk, standing on top of the mountain, and then you just see the water coming.
I've come to the conclusion building a bunker is very unrealistic unless
Yes.
Euro millions and stuff like that. But I do think a boat as a bug-out vehicle is my secondary. I think is what I'm going to look at.
A house, a little cabin in the mountains, a little bug-out location in the mountains, and a little £5,000. They're those orange
solid, aren't they? Yeah.
They just sort of jump off a boat into the water.
Or rig escape pod.
There's some people who have actually converted them into housing people. And they won't see.
Yeah, I know a couple of people. I've seen a couple of people on the inland waterways that have bought them, converted them, and they live on them.
Wow, you've seen that?
Yeah.
Have you been on board and seen what it's like?
I've not been on board one, no. I've seen pictures.
I saw a guy was converting one on YouTube. I can't remember the channel name off the top of my head, but I remember seeing it.
£5,000.
Yeah, you can get them between, because they've only got a certain lifespan on these ships and the rigs, 3 to 5 years, and they all get sold by basically 2 companies in Scotland. You can buy them from about £3,000 to £5,000. Yep, for a say 50-foot or 40-man escape pod, and it comes as basically a fiberglass shell, fully encased with engine, and people buy them, paint them, line them out, and they live in them basically. It's a cheap, a really good cheap way of accommodation.
You could live in that in the mountains. You won't even have to get.
Yeah. So the other alternative, which I've toyed with, and it's still in the cards because I've got a 60-foot boat, is once you've got a boat which is fully sustainable and you can live on it. We lived on ours for just short of 14 years.
Wow.
You can basically just buy a plot of, you can put it on the back of a low loader, 60-foot one, take it anywhere in the country, plonk it in your garden or your land, and you've got a self-sustained, secure area, which is more robust than a whatever, So it's a viable option.
Yeah, if the tsunami comes, you just float away.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, people have got to ask themselves, what is the actual advantage of a bunker? What is the point? And I think it all points towards some sort of, hardened protection against, say, a nuclear device or anything like that.
Do you think for a lot of people, though, it's a bit of denial and it's the psychological aspect of knowing they've got somewhere, even if they go underground and it's not sufficient
big
protected?
safety umbrella, really.
Yeah.
Gives them peace of mind, I suppose, however shallow that may be.
Yeah.
There's a bunker not far, it's about 3 miles away from me. It's an ROC bunker, Royal Observer Corps bunker, and the guys bought it for £18,000 through an auction, and he converted it, basically refurbished the whole lot, put a little fence around it. But
I mean, you could probably make a killing as a custom Airbnb stay.
yeah. He would use it as a sort of holiday home. For himself.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
If you're gonna put an underground bunker in that's hidden, maybe put a small cabin or a shed on top of it, so it's like not as conspicuous.
I don't know about you, PV, but the ROC bunkers are not inconspicuous. I think I can spot them every time I go past one.
Yeah, you know what to look for. You know, you can spot them right off. And like I say, they're all mapped out.
Yeah,
there's a couple of bunkers near me. One just down the road on Tottenham Court Road, and it was an old bunker. Now it's being used as like a storage facility.
Yeah,
and there's one up in Belsize Park, which is also, it's like a round building. You can see them, like the round buildings, but they're actually bunkers.
Yeah. If you go to a website called Subterranea Britannica, not only are all the bunkers mapped out, there's just about every underground facility that's known about.
Yeah, that tells you about the ones that are not out in the open as well. The ones that are like under council buildings. A lot of old council buildings had their own underneath and stuff like that. There's one at Liverpool that's quite a big one as well.
Yeah.
There's one there's a house in the country. You go past it, and it looks like a nice little country house.
Yeah, they were built on a certain model. So externally they look like a cottage, but then they had an underground facility. They're all built on the same model. So that was 4 or 5 levels deep and stuff.
It's obviously debunked because we don't need a bunker, because if you've read your Protect and Survive leaflet from the government, all you need to do is lean a door up against a wall, put a couple of mattresses on it, climb in there, survive the apocalypse, then come out. It's done.
Yeah.
Come on, Gil and I have some of those grammar school desks from back in the 60s that during nuclear war you just climb under it. You're safe.
All right, the next one up here, number 9.
You need to do it all now.
Now! That is probably a dangerous one. That is a dangerous one. You got to do all your prepping now.
Yeah, because tomorrow is it. We are going to die tomorrow. Every fear-mongering YouTube channel out there is, you need to get this, you need to get ready now, you need to get this now, you need to get your food now, you need to get your guns now, you need to get everything now, because everything's coming to an end tomorrow.
But only if you use my affiliate link, Chef, right?
Exactly.
Hey,
and if you don't know where to go, I have
that's number 14 on the list. That's number 14 on the list.
Sorry,
CP is good for that. I'm not going to specifically say, but I think you all knew who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He went from just general camping and gear reviews to now he's got this full-blown warehouse full of crap. Yeah. I'm like, I mean, it may not all be crap. Some of it's probably good, but it's like, no, I'm not ordering stuff from you. I get it, but I mean, some people, he survives on the unwitting. They think that, that's the best thing. He did a review on it. He now stocks it, and it's the same price as Amazon, so I'll support him and buy it from him. It's like, whatever. Knock yourself out, people.
If we change one word in this one, I think it can be true. I think you all need to start now, even if it's one can, even if it's one bottle of water.
Starting now,
now
is true.
The key. Yeah.
Now, the one thing on this that really ticks me off is people get, I got to do it all now, and they start rushing into it. They burn out, and then they don't want to have anything else to do with it again.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
If you're gonna start now, don't do it all now. If you're gonna start now, it's like a little kid learning to walk, one step at a time.
So
Baby steps.
we're addicts. Are we addicts?
No, I think so.
No,
so
we're just smart.
I would say yes.
I'm
You know,
a
when we
freeze
say
dry addict, but
people,
anyway.
we wean people off drugs, but when it comes to prepping, we wean them on.
Yeah.
Well, that means,
Wean 'em on.
that means
No,
we're not
dump
we're
it
not,
on them.
Yeah. That means we're pushers.
Yeah, we're the dealers.
Start handing
I'm a-
people a can of beans. Here's
Prepper-
just a little taste
prepper
for
dealers.
free.
What are you dealing? We're prep.
Yeah.
We're dealing prep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I tell
Mountain House.
everybody.
You want some bags of Mountain House?
I mean, if you think about it, in all of us on here and whoever's listening, whatever, it all started somewhere. Something triggered each one of us, and I know for a fact my trigger was when I was in like 4th or 5th grade. I don't know what I saw on TV or something. Something triggered me. I was literally drawing underground bunkers.
Was you close to your grandparents?
Yeah.
So they were prepping as a way of
Well,
life.
yeah, sort of. I
I
mean,
think if we look at our history, maybe we've got families that it's in
Yeah.
us to be like that, and we're not.
I know my
as-
grandparents and my parents all came. Well, the parents were born right after the Depression, but they grew up in a depressionary type environment in their family life because their parents were right through the Depression. So you save everything, you learn how to do
Generational.
everything, and yeah.
Are we like the last of are we sort of the last of the prepping age?
Yeah, probably the ones that do it like with thought.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been teaching my kids, so my kids are all into it big time and doing it. So,
Oh, my kids all knew I was into it, and they know I was into canning and preserving and that. And I explained why. I'm like, I have a ton of this stuff. I'm going to can it, so that way I have
You're
it.
a good example. It's good. You know, sometimes like you're saying about your daughters, like some of them wanted to go. Some of them wanted to go back camping. Some of them didn't. But at least they got that experience. And if they see you doing stuff,
Yeah, they could. One of them, I send her freeze dried meals all the time because I'll be like, hey, if you wanted me to freeze dry something, because shipping it to her in like frozen is cost prohibitive. But I show up to the FedEx depot here with this large box that only weighs like 4 pounds. And the woman at the FedEx, she's always like, what are we shipping? I'm like, there is 14 gallons of beef stew in here. And she lifts the box up. She's like, oh, you're kidding me. I got to know what you're doing.
He's a proper dealer, that chef.
Yep. And I freeze dry, and I tell her
now.
all about it. And I think she wants to get a freeze dryer now. Last time I saw her, I brought a pack of freeze dried strawberries and opened it up and let her taste one. Yeah, I'm truly a dealer. I stand to make nothing off of it, but I stand to create somebody who won't be reliant upon me.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's all. I'm just teaching them this is what I do, and it's expensive to get into it. It's not like you throw it in the freezer, it's dried, and you throw it in a bag, and it's good for 25 years. No, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
So.
The one thing I think that on this topic, on this particular myth is when you're telling people about it, tell them to start simple and small. Tell them first thing they need to do is audit what they already have. Make a list of what they have in their pantry and what they normally get, how much food they normally get. Look for stuff on sale. Get a couple extra cans. Get a couple extra boxes of stuff on sale. Slowly build up what they have in their cupboard, and that's the first step.
So basically, it's an extension of what you've got in your kitchen already. So then you can rotate it as well, because you don't want to just start
what you like.
hoarding loads of stuff and then you're just chucking it in the cupboard all the time and you're not using none of it. You need to rotate it because the stuff ain't going to last. So incorporating your preps within your everyday living now.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But just have more of it.
One thing about getting new people started, because that's the whole premise of why I started my channel in the first place, is I changed my background. Because when I started, I was sat in front of all my preps and telling people they need to start small, and then you've got all this gear behind them. It's like CP stood in his warehouse full of Mountain House food, saying you need to go and buy 2 cans of beans. People are just going to look at it and think, oh, I'm never going to get to that level, so I'm not even going to bother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing you need to remember to tell people, it is store what you eat and then eat what you store.
Mm-hmm.
First
I agree
step.
with that.
That's a good
First
one.
step.
I gotta get my wife back on board on this because I know she grew up in let's just say a difficult upbringing financially. So every time she goes to the store and she goes shopping hungry, and she goes to the store and she sees something on sale that she really likes, she'll buy 20 of them. And then she brings them home, like, where are we going to put these? And we have like 15 more from the last time you bought it. Oh, I'll eat it. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. No, you won't. And I won't eat it because I don't like it. Why do you keep doing this to us? There's no need to. I know. I know, honey. This is the way you grew up. You never had it. So when you see it on sale, and I get it. It's a mindset.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to break her of that for 30 years and
Well,
sort of
that
working,
one-
but every now and then she falls back into it again and comes home with like this carload of canned goods. I'm like, oh my God, honey, I have all that in the basement.
As long as they've got a good shelf life, I wouldn't complain.
Well, that's the thing. It does, but the stuff that she bought 2 years ago, the shelf life is running out. We're not going to eat that anytime soon. I wind up giving it to my dog half the time. I'm like, well, the dog's getting the green beans tonight. Well, what's the date on them? I'm like, it's got 2 more years.
TV's
Well,
gone.
save it, but I don't want to save it because you just bought like 30 more cans that we're not going to eat.
73's folks, catch you all later, he said in the chat.
We made him hungry, I think.
Sorry. Talk about food, and you must have food.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
The next one, number 10.
SHTF can affect you only. Wrong.
Yeah. All right. Just to go on. So years ago, back in the early 70s, I usually stop at this little greasy spoon after swimming in the summer on the way home. I'd walk there and walk home. The one time I went in there were some interesting people in there. One of them was Jerry Ahern, the author of the Survivalist series. And I can't remember a couple of other guys, but they were all there at the time. They were all the gurus of survivalism back in the 70s. And I'm sitting in the booth next to them, and they're talking about stuff. And I turn around and I go, well, what about this, this, and this? And they looked at me and go, get over here. And so that's how I met these guys. And one of the things that came out of our writing back and forth, because we didn't have email back then, we had snail mail, and talking was, there are 4 things. There is regular emergencies, car accidents, death in the family, house fire, simple, everyday emergencies and disaster stuff. Then there are the bigger ones, which are life-altering events. Hurricane, whatever that went through North Carolina, that was a life-altering event for everybody. That was not SHTF. SHTF, the government has to start to fail. Milwaukee, all governments have failed, and it's going to take the national government
Chris, good to
15
see you.
years to come back. The SHTF, local governments can come back quickly in SHTF because, hey, local governments always bounce back first because they're local. People get together, okay, we're going again. And so that's the thing. Is when someone says SHTF can affect you only, there's no such thing as a personal SHTF unless the government fails too. That's where that one came from. So yeah, basically you got, if it's a major thing, it's a life-altering event. If the government doesn't fail, the biggest it can be is a life-altering event. So if someone tells you, yeah, SHTF can happen to you only, no, it can't.
I think it's a term that's getting used
too much,
more than it should be. Yeah, if your boiler's gone, it is. People will say, "Oh, it's my own little SHTF," but it's not in that way, sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, number 11. You guys are going to love this one.
You must have the latest high-tech gadgets. No, you don't. Because high-tech gadgets will not be that useful.
Yeah.
In certain situations.
I've tested out a lot of the newest and latest stuff. They're crap. Give me old school stuff. The stuff that the military used in World War II, Korean War, Vietnam, whatever, stuff that's been time tested, abused and used, and it's like, yeah, it works. That's what you need.
Cars, like a few years back, if your car didn't start, you just pushed it and it'll start. Okay, not in every situation, but now anything goes wrong with your electric car,
Oh, if anything goes wrong with even your new vehicle that's electronic, you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah. And back
I mean,
in
I
the
don't care.
days,
I don't care which one of the 85 computer processors are in your car. If one of them goes bad, every light comes on in the dashboard, and you're not going anywhere half the time.
Yeah.
And where are you going to get parts for it? They don't even make parts for more than
CPU,
2 years after a model's done, and they make new parts again, and you can't get the old ones unless you know where a junkyard is. Good luck. They do
Remember
that on
back in the
purpose.
days, if you needed a bumper, a corner of a bumper, you just go to the scrapyard and you buy a corner of the bumper.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it came in sort of 4 parts. But now, if your bumper gets hit, you've got to change the whole thing.
And the
Yeah, 'cause it's
parking
plastic.
sensors and this and that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So
Yeah.
it's not like the old school stuff. I think they purposely made technology to be crap. And
No, they make it so when it breaks down, you have to buy a new one. And that includes your $80,000 F-250 pickup truck you just bought, which is a base model. But you can't
Yeah.
get it with a stick shift anymore. You can't get it with manual windows. Everything, and nothing just has 2 wires, you know, positive and ground running through a switch. No, now it's got network cables everywhere. The computer needs to help you
can't
make
steal a
sure
car
your
these
window
days.
goes down easily and all this crap. It's like,
Yeah.
well, just give me, why did, if this is probably why there's no car manufacturers out there that make a basic car that gets great gas mileage and all that stuff, because all the other car companies will sue them. And because, oh, it's not safe. And, you know, in that 400-mile-an-hour collision, you know, your passenger might get making a
Yeah.
friggin' hangnail. Really?
The only latest and greatest tech thing that I got was 30 years ago, and I still use it.
What, a power drill?
No,
It's a multi-tool.
multi-tool.
Yeah.
My Gerber.
Yeah. Yep. I've
Yep.
used mine
I think
twice. I've used mine twice
this
today.
was the latest and greatest, and I hesitated for a couple of years before I got it, and I got it, and this one is a good company, and it works. I mean, I got it 30 years plus years ago, so that's the latest and greatest tech thing I got. I must be way behind the times.
I purposely don't do things on my phone. All I use my phone for is this, maybe a bit of social media and to make phone calls mostly. But I don't do my banking. I don't do, you know, I don't put everything on. I think we spoke about this last week a bit, Jill, saying that you've got different types of phones and you don't keep nothing on them. You keep different things on them. Yeah. So
Camera
for
only,
me,
no SIM card. This is my camera for shooting videos. This has no internet. The GPS is deactivated. It does have a Homeland Security installed cell tower spoofer, so they can't see what cell tower I'm on. That's it. There's no internet on it. It's phone calls, text messages, and taking a picture of something.
yeah, I purposely kept myself back from technology, and you know, because everybody is into the latest this, the latest that, the newest laptop, the you know, where are we now? iPhone 35, are we? I'm only joking. What is it? iPhone 20 now?
15, 16, something like that.
You know,
Don't care. Don't use it.
Why do you
Never
need
will.
it? I mean, even a basic phone is okay. You know, all right, you've got videos on it, but I would never do banking. I don't depend on technology at all.
Yeah.
Somebody said in the chat that Mike's gone quiet on this subject, purely because they know I have an electric vehicle. Not only do I have an electric vehicle, I have the Chinese BYD.
That's not for prepping, though. You didn't get that for prepping. Your company did that, right?
Yes.
All right. So we're talking about, you know, you must have the latest and greatest prepping tech. You know, gadgets. You got to be high speed, low drag. You got to be.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I go old school when it comes to prepping. A lot of my prep finds have been. I mean, I showed you my lanterns and stuff last time, but it's been like car boot sales and antiques malls and stuff like that. And I pick up all. My best can opener, I picked up at Bygone Times, which is this huge antiques mall. And it's about this big. It's an old school blade can opener, so you lift it round. But it was from a Victorian. It was from a Victorian shop. But it's about this big. I could put 2 hands on it if I needed to. But every other can opener I have might fail. But I know that is going to last longer than I will.
Yeah.
the old school
Probably,
methods work. You know, even a hand drill would be useful. Like, you know, hand drill.
Yeah. Old-fashioned hand drill.
Old-fashioned, yeah. I mean, tools like that, they're like they're worth loads for me. You know,
Oh yeah. There is a channel on Facebook, or what it's called, a channel, a page, whatever. Puts out something Oasis, you know, like cast iron Oasis or whatever, something like that. He's always buying these old cast iron skillets, Dutch ovens.
Wow.
He found one which was really cool. I sent it to Tammy McNeil, who owns Rebel Canners. It's a 3-stacker food steamer. And so
I think you sent it to me. I saw that. That was cool.
Yeah, you can stack it up, and you use 1, 2, or 3 of them, and they're all interlocked, all cast iron, all, you know, they'll still be around if you take 100 years from now, it'll still be around.
Yeah. I genuinely don't think I have many tools that were made this decade. I just said the hand drill there. I've got about 3 different ones of these with all the bits and stuff like that. Like, even my hammers are like antique. And literally, every time I go past one of these like car boot stalls, they've got them all on the floor. I'm like, yeah, I'll have that, and that.
And they seem to be rusted right through,
but still solid. But still solid.
Yeah, I've got a load of tools like that I've been.
Yeah, that's why people sell them at flea markets and that, or antique shops, because it's an antique, but yeah, it's all rotted through. The wood handle's not going to be good, so it's good for something to hang on your wall for $1. It's like, I'll take that, take it home, rip the handle out, put a new handle in it, polish it up, oil it up, and I got a hammer that'll last me another 50 years.
I've got a full-length saw. It's like an old-school wooden handle one, and that was like, it looked rust. The whole thing was rust. When I picked it up, the wood was still perfect, no damage to the wood, and I cleaned it up, and even the teeth were still sharp on it. I was like,
wow. Hey, Verna.
It was spot on.
Yeah, because talking of what we're talking about, technology, people went to get the latest electric saw, the latest electric drill, the latest, you know, technology. But if you go to, that's a good idea to go out to the second-hand shops and say to them, have you got any old-fashioned tools?
Yeah.
I want to share a couple things with you real quick. My dad was a machinist. And if he couldn't, and, you know, you see something that was really expensive, he would make his own little client things. My dad died in 1989. So I inherited these. He made these years before. Wow. And so this, you know, little one here, made this one here, you know, ancient one. And here's a real piece of history for you.
Yeah.
This is a lathe tool. This was the tool that saved Rocket Jet down in Southern California when they were trying to make the first ejections, a pneumatic ejection seat for jet fighters. This was the tool that my dad made that got him the contract. Wow. I ain't never given this thing up.
Nice.
And the history behind that is that you can put me back down. The history behind that was that they were trying to get they had 4 pneumatic bolt releases on the ejection seat, and because the air would come in, it would hit turbulence in the manifold. Well, he made this thing here, so it made a cone in the bottom of it. So when the air came in, it stopped the turbulence, and they got the contract from it. So old school, simple stuff. Oh, my dad never graduated from high school.
There you go.
See, his grandparents must have taught him a lot, and parents.
Well, his dad died when he was young. He was at age 8. He was running he was born in 1930. The American Depression started in 29. He was running at age 8. He was running the gas station outside of the family's motel down there in India. And at 17, he made top 10 in the national rodeo circuit. Dropped out of high school at 15.
Nice.
And then when he got married to my mom, he went back to trade schools, learned how to be a welder, how to be a machinist, and how to be an electrician.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
Old screwdrivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked one up the other day. It needs cleaning up, but it's got the old spring in where you can push it down.
Yes.
Yeah,
they can change the bit from a screwdriver to a little drill.
Yeah.
Well.
I've got one.
That's a Yankee screwdriver. It's reversible. I got one of those. It's reversible.
Yep. Yes.
Or you can lock it straight and just use it as a screwdriver.
Yeah.
Can anyone tell me what this is?
50p on a car boot sale. It cost me.
Wow. Who knows what this is?
Looks like a tin snip.
Snap ring pliers.
It's really old.
I don't know. I can't see it. You're too small. I'm on a phone here.
Jordan, can you make him big?
Yeah. That's the story of his life. Just kidding.
That's what she said. Can you make it big?
Enlarge the picture, please.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, it's some sort of plier or something, isn't it? Because it's got grooves on it.
That's like for putting nails in horseshoes or something.
I'm not sure what that is. It looks interesting. I'd like to have one. Nippers.
Those are bull ring pliers or snippers for like fencing.
Yeah.
And then your regular pliers.
Got to have regular pliers.
Layman pliers. Yep.
But I never knew what this. I was fascinated with this though. I was like, "What is that?"
Does it cut? Or are they flat to flat?
Like pliers.
No. I thought it was for working metal. You know, like sheets, so like curling it up and stuff like that.
Yeah, probably.
Because you've got the arcs on the bottom, so you can roll it off a bench at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Shadow. Thank you.
I guarantee you I'd find a use for it if I had it.
Yeah.
That's a great little item.
Yeah. That's like it's got the increase magnifier on the way to put the things on it, so it increases your strength. But it's for snipping stuff.
Yeah, that's a big snip.
Yeah.
So I collect old if I find them. Sorry, Shadow. Thank you, brother.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
So if you pass in any second-hand shops, you know, hand drills, the old stuff works, and it worked for a long time. The new stuff is a bit sus.
Yeah.
It'll last longer than anything you buy from Temu, guaranteed.
Oh yeah.
I think Temu is more for like people who just want to show that they've got that particular thing.
Yeah.
It's all like.
All right.
Gimmicks, a lot of gimmicks.
Yeah. All for decoration, not for function.
I think some things have their place. I will defend it on some things like disposable stuff. Like, I mean, I got loads of paracord from there. It's never going to go amiss. It's hard to get it wrong. It works. It's strong. It's spot on. So it has its uses for that, but I definitely wouldn't be buying tech off there or a life straw for that matter.
No chance. Oh yeah. You see those Mickey Mouse Sawyer minis? Like they're $5.99. Like,
yeah. It's probably got a bit of sponge in it.
If you do know any preppers out there, new preppers, you could even say to them, look, if you're going to buy something, just give me a call or just let me know, you know.
Yeah.
Buy cheap, buy twice.
All right. Next, okay, so the next one on the list here, a small power station, aka solar generator, is all you need to power everything.
If everything you own is a cell phone, that's fine.
No, that could be correct as long as you want to power everything for 30 seconds and that's your lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like I have a 1500 watt Kodiak power station here. I got a 400 watt one in my bedroom. The 400 watt one is plugged in. I plug it in, charge it up, and all that is for is to run my CPAP machine if the power's out for several days. and that's all it will do is run it for like four days or so before I need to hook it up to the solar panels. But
I got a 1,000-watt one. I run my cabin on for 2 days straight, and I can throw the panels outside if it starts to get low, or if I forget to shut the refrigerator door, it'll wipe it out overnight, and then I got nothing the next day.
Listen, I've got a 60 kilowatt battery on wheels outside, so I win.
But the thing is, though, for most people, if the power goes out, we're not talking to SHTF here on it. We're not talking just a power outage for several days. A small power station is not going to run your refrigerator, not going to run your chest freezer, because usually people have one of each, and run your TV, your computers, your furnace to keep your, if it's wintertime, to keep the fan blowing the hot air around. It's not going to run all that stuff more than about 5 minutes.
This is mine, but this does not run the whole apartment. This will not do it.
We've got a new prepper that wants to get weaned onto becoming an addict.
Stick in some freebies. Here's a can of beans.
Norfolk, UK prepper saying, I'm a new prepper of a few months.
Yeah.
I kind of prep the opposite way to a lot of people that I'm friends with when it came to the power stations and stuff like that. And I've tested some of them, and I've tested some of the cheaper ones and stuff like that. But I go old school. I plan to, if it's a true TO2, we're not talking like a 5-7 day outage like we've had in storms here in the UK. That I'm prepared for with small power banks and stuff like that. But if it's a true TO2 situation, I'm prepping for no power, not to try and keep my stuff going as long as possible. Then it fail, and then have to figure out how to do it.
Yeah. Because those small power stations, aka solar generators, they're not a generator, they're a battery pack. Basically, those are great for going camping, and you want to run your CPAP machine, or you want to charge up your laptop because the campground has Wi-Fi and you're able to get on the internet, and the kids are all glued to Dad, I need to charge this up again. That's what those are good for. Mm-hmm. But if you want to run your refrigerator and chest freezer for 3 or 4 days or a week, you're going to need a medium size or a large power station to do that.
Any new preppers that are about? There's a prepper in the chat, Scottish Prepper 73. That's all his channel's about. Like, he does all different prepping, but mainly he's an expert on when it comes to power stations and stuff like that. He's reviewed everything from the tiny ones up to the huge EcoFlow ones, including actual tests and running stuff off it. He's even, plunged his family into darkness for 48 hours and ran his house off them just to test. So it's a good channel to check out. So if you're new to it and you're interested,
sub to him now. I think I'm already subbed, but I'll just double check.
But for Norfolk UK Prepper, one of the things I do on my channel, I put out every day a Your Prep for Today video. Sometimes I put out 2 of them. It's a little short 30-second video. And it's like, think about this, think about that. Interesting thing, the one I put out this morning was a reminder to people, get extra filters and bags for your vacuum cleaner. First 15 minutes, I had 300 hits on it. But it's I'd look at, my thing is to try to get people interested. That's why I make simple, short things. Think about this. Think about this. Does this apply to you? Have you ever thought about what happens? And that's what you need to do, is to get your brain going to thinking other than the normal. This is what all I can do. Think outside the box. And realize, there's a whole other world here of possibilities.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are prepping for the tariffs now, because I'm not going to be able to buy a new flat screen TV in a year. Let me go buy 5 of them. I'm going to prep for flat screens because we won't be able to get them.
Oh Lord.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, that's probably true.
It's unfortunately true.
I reckon Temu in the last 2 weeks has made a killing from the United States because everyone's ordering all the cheap crap that they won't be able to soon.
I saw the interesting meme about a Temu warehouse over in China. It said, largest Temu warehouse burns to the ground. Total loss in American dollars, 54 cents.
With coupons.
Now, number 13 here ties in with the power station we were just talking about. A generator will provide all the power you need for a long time.
Sure, with gas.
Yeah.
With fuel, whatever the fuel is, with a year's supply of fuel, with the oil change on it, with the modified oil reservoir to it, so the motor doesn't burn up after 3 days of running.
With spare parts and with knowledge of maintenance.
Yes, exactly.
Not just bought and left in plastic in the shed.
Yeah. Now I want to talk about this a little bit more. What, from my experience, working construction. The company I work for, Mountain Cascade, one of the smartest underground construction companies out there. They had generators. They had small generators, big generators. All the generators, when they first got them, they went and took a 3-inch piece of pipe, about 12 inches long, put a cap on the one end of it, welded a nipple on the top, drilled the hole, put a cap on that, put a on the bottom, did the same thing on the bottom, ran that over to the drain plug on the for the motor, and filled it so the oil, and mounted it so it was filled at the medium of the pipe was at the full level of oil for the motor. That way they could run it all week without worrying about it burning up from lack of oil. And then on the weekends, the lube truck drivers would come around and change the oil out on it.
Yeah.
Small engines like that burn up oil. The recommended service on it, 50 hours on a small generator is 50 hours to do a service on it.
Yeah, these little portable ones, like I got a couple of. There's no hour meter on it. So you just got to kind of check it all the time and look at the quality of the oil and then just say, yeah, I think I've run it enough. Let me change the oil on it and go from there. But the bigger ones, like I have a 7500 watt one in my shed. That's got an hour meter on it. Yeah, that one gets serviced. And
we're not saying to anyone that's thinking about this, we're not saying generators are a bad idea by any means.
No.
It's just everything's got its use and how you use it conservatively and stuff like that. If you need to run some machinery to help you, I don't know, plow a field, for example, then,
cut some lumber or whatever. Yeah,
exactly. So these all still have uses. It's just the myth of like, I've got this generator and now I can live exactly like I am now.
Exactly.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Unless you got a 3,000 gallon diesel tank sitting out back and a 4 kilowatt Generac generator permanently mounted on a concrete pad, then you might be good for a month or two.
Yeah.
Till it all breaks.
What might be good is if people can look up how people lived in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Or how people lived in 1200 and say for example, when we didn't have all this dependency on fridges, on TVs, on electricity, on I watched a video the other day of how people store food. They get a plant pot, and then they get another bigger plant pot. So we're talking about the clay pot.
Terracotta.
Terracotta. So there's a little gap between the small pot and the bigger pot, and then down the gap you put sand all round, and then you fill it with water, and then over the top you throw a wet cloth, and somehow it keeps the stuff fresh. So learning these old techniques of how people used to store food, rather than to get your head like thinking, wow, I don't know how to service a generator. This generator is not gonna sort me out. I'm not gonna be living the same as I was. You know, have I got the oil? Have I got the fuel? You know, this dependency on technology is becoming our downfall.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'd highly recommend to anyone, if you want a quite expensive hobby, but it'll double up as helping you prep. I was part of the American Civil War Society here in the UK for years, and that's 1860s kind of era, and everything I've learned in there has translated over to prepping and how it would be after some sort of collapse, after some sort of grid down. And there's Napoleonics, there's all sorts of societies out there. Go and join it. You'll have a weekend away camping. There'll be no mobile phones, there'll be no technology, there'll be nothing like that. And it really will get you down to earth with it. It was superb. And to be fair, it was really relaxing as well. You had no bills, you had no worries, you had no stresses for a weekend. Your stress was getting the fire going in the morning or nobody eats, basically. Yeah.
Now, I like what Shenanigans posted up there. If Jordan, if you put Shenanigans post up about we tell our customers, because I know it's over on my channel only, so that way everyone can see it. What I tell people is if they're going to run a generator, you run it for no more than a half hour at a time. That'll get your refrigerator back down cold. It'll get your chest freezer cold. It'll charge up your here we go. It'll charge up your little battery banks, and then you don't have to run it again for another 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, of course, you're going in and out of the refrigerator all the time.
Map your refrigerator and map your freezer. Know what's in there. Keep an inventory of what's in there.
What does work though, if you have a refrigerator, you got kids, and they're going to be going in and out of time, and you got a 1500 watt power station with a 700 amp hour battery on it. When you go to start the generator up, you charge up that, and I'll charge up in about half an hour, and then I'll run the refrigerator for 8 hours, and then you fire up your generator and you do stuff again. That way you're not running the generator all the time. You only run it for a half hour max, and then it's 8 hours before you have to run it again. Yeah.
It's getting into that routine as well. That's where maybe the practice comes in. So, right, this weekend we're only going to use our generator, and we're not going to have it on 24 hours. We're going to do it like we just spoke about.
Yeah.
And just start practicing. You know, because if you've got nothing else, if you've got no skills from the past, then you've got nothing to fall back on. And when we say that saying, 2 is 1 and 1 is none.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got 2 options, like you've got the modern stuff, you might have a generator, a power solar thing or whatever but then you also got the old knowledge of how to do it. So if it fails, if your emergency system fails, what are you going to do?
Yep. On every scale, I've just been camping overnight and my gas stove blew up. We didn't blow up. It just like kind of there's leaks and there's fire in all places there shouldn't be fire. Luckily, I had a meth stove with me and I had a little screw on top gas stove as well. So I had literally 2 backups for that. So and that's just good. An overnighter.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing here. Several comments about a generator will make you target. Yeah, it will. But they're on YouTube here. If you look for a generator quiet box for YouTube, where they've taken the little garden storage plastic things, they've lined it with the insulation, and they made it to put the generator in there. They attach on a bigger muffler on it that goes out of it, so when it fires up and runs, all you hear is about that loud, 10 feet away. Yeah, you need to plan ahead if you've got a generator to keep that generator quiet.
Yeah, I mean, some people don't have that option. I think somebody said it in the chat that they don't have the option. They can't have a fuel generator. Maybe they live in an apartment, things like that.
Kaylin Strain lives in an apartment. She has the 300 watt
Jackery.
Yeah. And she's shown that a couple times. Oh, yeah. The next one is for you, Mike. The next one is for you. Number
You're going to
14.
affect my income, Gil. You're going to. I'll read it. Number 14. Buy my stuff. It's what you really need to survive. Now, in my defense, I do put affiliate links on some of my videos. It's stuff I've tried and tested. I won't put a link on like that gas stove that blew up. You're not going to find a link for that. And I always say to people, if you can find it elsewhere, find it elsewhere. If you can shop locally, shop locally. If you can go to a car boot sale and pick it up for next to nothing, do that.
Yeah, but this is for a certain bearish type guy who's always saying, buy my stuff. Here, I got everything you need to survive, and you can't survive without my stuff.
You can help the channel by helping yourself.
Yes.
We got to stop talking about that guy north of the American border who likes to be a prepper.
Yeah, that guy too.
And sell stuff.
And the problem with those who says buy my stuff, it's what you really need to survive. Those who tell people that, they don't even know how to use the equipment
properly.
They sell properly.
Yeah.
You've seen that roll he's got, that roll where you put all your stuff in it. I mean, you've got that on your campsite. You've kind of got this roll thing. It rolls out, and you've got all these sort of transparent pouches, and you've got all your gear in it. I'm thinking, yeah, you've got that on your campsite or wherever you're bugging at or whatever, and then someone comes along and sees that.
Roll up, easy to take away.
roll up, yeah. Like Leatherman wave. There's a Leatherman wave right there. Yeah, nicely, easily rolled it up on your shot and gone. Yeah.
I mean, I've no qualms with somebody trying to make a living out of it if they do it, but as long as you've got some integrity behind it.
Yes.
It's the fear mongering that is not. Is using the stuff that may happen to sell product, which is a bit naughty.
Yeah. Buy my magic pills and you'll survive the apocalypse. $99.99.
I can get you a bug out.
Buy my liquid here and you'll survive the zombie apocalypse.
I said I sell land on the moon. The best bug out location. I could sell you bug out locations on the moon.
You've got to organize your own transport.
Lifetime guarantee. When your life is over, the guarantee is ended.
Yeah. All right. I think we've smashed this one good enough. We've mentioned it earlier too, but yeah. It's if you get what several people recommend and say, but you can find it cheaper. Wherever you get it. Don't like me myself. I don't have any affiliates with anybody. I recommended a lot of stuff from Harbor Freight, and they've tried to get me to be an affiliate with them. No, I won't.
Yeah, I've had Amazon come after me. I've had eBay come after me to say to me, "I will send you stuff," and I've turned them down. And on my channel, what I do on my channel is I just give people ideas. It's not what you should have. It's just to give people ideas.
Funnily enough, companies that have sent me stuff, which they have, I've had stuff off companies. I say to them in the reply, I say, there's no script in here. I will review it. If it's crap, I'll say it's crap. So make sure you're sure of it before you send it to me. That's all I say to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Half the time they won't send it. They're like, yeah, we're just looking for somebody with a lot of followers to sell our crap.
Yeah. Honestly, out of about 10 approaches, 3 sent things because of that reply. Only 3 of them sent things. I could have had like 10 other things stacked up here for free, but they won't send them because they don't want an honest review.
Sending me emails. Oh, we like your channel. I mean, it's just tiny. I don't know why. Anyway, they're like, we like what you do. We want to give you some products to review, and then you go to this site, and it's some dodgy-looking travel bag. Made in China.
Yep.
And I'm like, no, I'm not going to have that on my channel. I'm not going to do none of that.
I get ones trying to have me do it, and they say, well, all right, you go ahead and buy it, and we'll send you the money via PayPal. I go, I don't use PayPal. You buy it, and have Amazon ship it to me.
Yeah,
and that's the last
they go quiet. I tell you, you'll laugh at this one. So I've got another account on like Instagram and stuff for when I used to sell supplements, protein and stuff like that. All right. And obviously the advertising stuff for that is a guy with a 6-pack holding a bottle, or a girl in a bikini holding a bottle, sort of thing. And these must see this and then not even think who I am. And I could show you about 10 emails saying, would I like to represent and try on their bikini lines or their female underwear? I'm like, I could do, but it's not going to be a pretty sight if I put that lace nightie on. I'm telling you now.
I'd have done it just for the hell of it. That would have been funny.
Oh gosh, no, please don't.
Me in a bikini will get me banned off YouTube.
Nah, you gotta create this separate mankini channel.
Yeah, that photo or video would go viral immediately. 10,000 views in 1 hour.
You get a green screen like Jill, and you just show your head and the body of a woman with the bikini on, like, you know, and your head.
It just proves to you that these guys are copying and pasting a proposition email without looking at the, you know, oh, we really love your channel. You clearly don't, because you've no idea who I am.
Yeah. I hate to say I get that on LinkedIn all the time.
Yeah.
We noticed your resume fits what we're looking for. I'm like, the word sales appears in my resume one time. The rest is all mechanical and cooking. And you want me to be the regional sales director for Toys R Us? Are you kidding me? You're about as dumb as a bag of turds.
I'll take it. What's the pay?
Yeah. You're going to hire me just like that? Well, we need to go through the interview process. Oh, I see. You're just mass mailing out people. You had the AI search out anything with the word sales in it. And everybody's approved.
Yeah, disappeared.
Gotcha.
Camouflage sorted. Camouflage sorted.
Where's he gone? Take the hat off. Yeah, take the hat off. Oh, is that a green balaclava thing? Wow, that's clever.
Yeah, you said you know the green screen with the stuff, so I had to pull out my green screen mask here. Hang on, let me say this. Where is it? Yeah, I got this for laughs and giggles.
That's so you can just be the bouncing hat.
Yeah, I had Amazon contact me once with an email, and they said to me, "We just want you to review stuff, like not just to review, just to sort of what's it when you leave notes on products."
Oh, yeah, like leave a review on it. Yeah.
It's like they're not wanting to send me stuff. They wanted me just to sort of.
Yeah, you bought something on Amazon and they want you to do a review because they're running out of things for the bots to say on their reviews. You know, one product just pops up and all of a sudden it's got 50,000 5-star reviews and they're all basically saying the same thing. I love this product. Best product I ever bought. Blah, blah,
great
blah.
Service. Great customer
and there's no people involved with it. It's all paid for bots from the bot farms in China. Yeah.
I forget who one of my subscribers does that. She gets stuff and reviews it. She has to review so many a month, and she gets to keep the product from Amazon. So that's it.
I've had that a few times.
Yeah.
What people don't realize as well, anybody wants to make an extra couple of pounds, if you buy a product off Amazon and you put a review in, but you attach a video like, oh, look, this is the knife and this is it folding out and this is it working. If somebody watches that video before buying it, Amazon has to pay you a commission.
Huh?
So you don't even have to put links up on things and stuff like that. Just put video reviews up of the stuff you've already bought and you can earn a passive income. Just throwing that out there.
Cool.
Gil, go buy another Gerber knife, quick.
If it's still in stock, just review the one you've got.
Yeah, exactly. I can go back on the PQ cleaning rod thing that I did a video and I just take that, attach it. I don't have to make another video. I already did it.
There you go.
Well, I got a mail a couple of years ago from a company who wanted me to review accessories to an M16 or an AR-15 rifle. Wow. And I said, wrote back, hey, I can't do that. I will not even get those parts into my country.
You'll be put straight on a watch list.
Oh, yeah.
Mel just said in the comments to me, does it pay well? Let me just tell you, no.
Yeah, no.
£238 worth of sales in one day on my Amazon affiliate accounts. I earned 37p.
That's more than YouTube pays.
Yeah.
I put some of my music on Spotify, and I made 27p in a year.
It's madness, isn't it? You've anything like that, you've got to be when you see these videos come up on YouTube, look at how I earned £5,000 off Amazon within a day. It's like,
oh yeah,
yeah, right.
No, you have to sell 1 billion of them.
Yeah. Well, you could always scam the system, and every single listing for that same product, throw a review with your video on every one of them. Even though you only bought it from one.
Verified buyer, I think.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys.
Bob.
Hey. All right, the next one here. Actually, I think we should skip number 15. Just go straight to number 16.
Once the government collapses, you can do anything you want.
Woohoo!
Wrong.
Sure.
Yeah.
You can if you really think you should. I
wouldn't suggest have to pay the piper.
Yeah, you don't even need to have a government mission to do whatever you want. It's just up to you.
Yeah.
Knock yourself out.
Yeah, you're going to pay a price.
Yeah,
if you want to do whatever you want.
Consequences.
Yeah.
Actions, consequences.
Because somebody is going to video you.
Normal, you have to pay the price for what you did when it was not normal.
Yeah,
I think you could justify some stuff, like if it was scavenging and stuff like that. You could always justify some things, but if you're running out of curries with 15 tellies, there's no justification.
Yeah, and somebody's going to catch you on video, and if what you're doing is just a vindictive crime type thing, when local government comes back up, guess what? Yeah, they'll be coming for you.
Or if you kick somebody's front door in and rob them, you're going to get shot.
Yeah, that too. Or knifed.
What's false prepper myths and dangerous tips and tricks?
Yeah.
There's a lot of that.
Idea.
There's a lot of that stuff out there because most people have never really been in SHTF. Never. They've never been. Never have been. Most of us have not, So the only thing that I try to do is show that this works. This is a little solar light on a stairwell. This works good for me. Yeah. I try. I've been in some shit at the fan overseas, but not too much here. Not much.
Well, we've been reading from a list that Shadow has got of 25 myths.
24 actually.
So what number are we at now?
All right, we just did 16. Number 17 and 18 kind of follow in line with this. 17 is the only government you need to worry about is the federal government. No, because state and cities do crap to you as well in the United States. Canada's provinces. Number 18 is the federal government will not come back in your lifetime after SHTF.
I think
what?
Yeah, and it might not come back in the way you know it now if it's a true Teotihuacan situation, but there'll always be somebody that comes into power.
It'll come back around. It'll come back around.
It might be a Roman emperor, but it could be.
And it'll be and if it was a real bad Teotihuacan situation, it's going to start out small and it's going to take years for it to become a big monstrosity again.
It's interesting because the difference is over here. Obviously, we have local councils and then we have the central government, but the councils don't have anywhere near as much power as like a state would have over there. They don't have their own national guard. They don't have their own powers and stuff like that. So we are literally single point of collapse, I think, in this country.
Our councils are pretty useless now.
Yeah, look at Birmingham at the moment.
Well, I mean, everywhere. I mean, it's just like, people stop in their cars. They open the door, rubbish on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Birmingham over here at the moment, for you guys that don't know, is they basically the sanitation workers are all on strike. So bin bags are lining the streets, rats are everywhere. It's been ongoing for quite a while now.
Birmingham has usually been Birmingham has usually been an industrial city, isn't it? For decades.
Yeah, it was kind of a central hub because it had a lot of the canal systems that went through there and stuff like that. So, it was kind of a big distribution hub for coal. Same as where I am up Lancashire, cotton mills, lots of cotton mills, stuff like that. But yeah, every city used to be affluent in the UK.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, but they've been sucked dry by the
it's
elites.
Like Sheffield was for steel and Sheffield steel.
The elites of all around the world, they've siphoned out all the money. The money gets washed abroad through a war, through and then the elites take the money, and then they tell us it's gone, disappeared. Well, hang on. If I owed you some tax money, you would chase me into the Amazon jungle for that tax money. But yet these elites, so-called elites, they're able to siphon out billions. I mean, how much gold went missing on 9/11?
Yeah.
How much? Did they really need to ship the rubble off to China? What was that all about? Yeah. Sorry, Mick, Chef. I was waiting for Chef to say, yeah. Okay, let's get back to the point.
I was taking a leak and I didn't want to turn a microphone on.
Off topic a bit, but on the government, Kaelin's Strains comment that you highlighted there for a second, Shadow, was what an underrated, really good post-apocalyptic film that was, of how it could restart. Yeah. It's a really good watch for that reason.
But I like the ending on it is that after his new baby grows up to be an adult woman and stuff, that finally you see civilization coming back and things doing. So if things will come back in your lifetime, maybe not in your lifetime completely, but if you're a kid, it'll come back in your lifetime.
It could be preppers who can keep some kind of order. Is that possible for preppers to be involved with?
Some preppers could be involved with helping your local, especially if they are involved with their local government anyway, showing up at city council meetings. They could help get things going on the local level. And then we're like, all right, so for those that don't know how the U.S. works, you got city governments, you got counties or parishes, then you got states, then you got the country. So they can start with getting city government going back together, and they work on getting several city governments come together. They get the county going back together, and that's possible, and it will be time consuming if it's a total Tawaki situation.
I have a question for Mike. Is it last I had heard Sheffield still makes stainless? Because I know that stainless steel was made by the British in Sheffield. Is that still true? Do they still have facilities?
There's been lots of stuff at the moment going on with the steel industry, and we think the steel industry in the UK is about to become nationalised again, basically. So it'll be owned by the government, as it were, which kind of keeps jobs and stuff like that. So
I got it. Yeah,
it could be a good thing, People are hit and miss with nationalisation. It depends how it's run after the fact. That's the issue, right?
Well, it's better than everything disappearing.
100%,
it really is.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a on a scale. I mean, the steel industry in the UK was massive. It's obviously much downscaled now. Because it just ended up being cheaper to ship stuff in, like everything else,
Yeah. Well, I will tell you this: I've got a wood chisel made in England, out of Sheffield steel, That is the highest quality wood chisel I have ever owned. That thing resharpens instantly. It's Sheffield stainless steel. So kudos to the British. Yeah, you guys have got it.
I still got a few Sheffield knives in my collection that I won't use because I don't want to destroy them. My wife likes to do things.
You can't destroy them.
Like.
You can't destroy them. Use them all you want. You can't destroy them.
You don't know my wife. She snapped off the tip of one of my ankles trying to pop a core out of a cabbage. I had just bought it, and I come home, and she's got this look on her face. I was like, what happened? She's like, I broke your knife. I'm like, how the hell did you break the 2 inches off a 10-inch knife? She's like, I was trying to pop the core out of a cabbage. I'm like, if you cut it in half and then cut it in quarters, you can cut the core out, right? I know. I'm like, yeah, well, now I just ground it off, so now it's an 8-inch chopper.
Oh boy!
I've just got some new sharpening tools because part of an auction lot I got. It was a cheap household auction lot for the car boot sales I do. There was 3 pen knives at the bottom, and one was a Sheffield steel one. With I'll tell you how old it was. The handle was covered in Bakelite. That's how old it is.
That is old.
That's a few days old.
And you open it up, and the spring still feels like brand new. The blade needs some TLC rust wise, but it looks spot on. It's still sharp.
Serious question incoming. Is there channels that I should avoid with regards to doomsday sayers?
Yes, that's all we'll say.
Yes, I just told him to email. I just told him to email me.
Yeah.
I'll give him parameters. I won't name names per se. I will give parameters of what to look for to say, okay. Of course, the number one parameter is you must buy my stuff.
Yeah. I was going to say, before you send in the list, Gil, can you take my name off it, please?
You're not on there. No, I'm talking, there are some of them. Bob knows some of the ones here in the U.S., some of the ones north of the border that are fearmongers. And they just spout stuff that they don't practice.
And they love to come out and say, and I'm not fear mongering here, but yeah, okay,
but
sure,
there's
whatever, dude.
No, what I've done with some of the fear mongering stuff is usually information through my own experiences, and I take it off of public and I put it on unlisted and send it out. Like I'm going to send one out to Steve Corsair's trainer, some information about Islam that I've been through, and that way it doesn't look like I'm an expert or anything, but Corsair's Trainers is a good channel because he's not a fear monger. He puts out information.
How can you be a fear monger if you eat crayons?
Yeah, he is a jarhead. That's a fact.
A top tip, Norfolk UK prepper, is look at all the guys here. Look at what we're doing. We're talking to other preppers. We're collaborating.
Yep.
We're not sat on our own on one screen saying we know everything and we are the experts on everything. That's the channels that usually might steer you wrong.
Avoid.
I'm an expert on what I do for me.
Yeah,
exactly.
As far as I'm concerned, I am a legend in my own mind.
Some channels have made their channels look like they're newscasters. And you can avoid some of those ones where they kind of like make out that they're like newscasters, and they use an event and then say you need this item.
Yeah,
I used to watch a lot of like canning channels and just food storage channels. And when they first started doing their videos and stuff, their day 1, day 2, all that stuff ever. There were real people doing real things and talking about this, that, the other. And then over time, that's when you start to, if you're still watching them or subscribed, you start to realize, okay, now they're advertising for okay, I get it. You're trying to make a buck. I understand that YouTube doesn't pay squat. So you're trying to get a few dollars from, Ball or Kerr or some other company that does canning stuff. I get it. But then it gets way out of control and it goes straight into I'm the best. This is the best equipment. You must buy this, and you must buy from my link. I'm like, oh, we're done.
Yeah,
and you'll find that's relevant with a lot of prepping channels as well. Even ones that we would probably all on here readily avoid right now. You can go back to their earlier stuff and find some really good information. You can find some really useful stuff. And there will be nuggets of knowledge in everything. You just have to be able to filter out
Exactly. And that's how I learned how to do a lot of stuff. I mean, I watched probably like 15 different freeze drying channels. 3 or 4 of them I still watch just for general ideas and stuff, but I don't go by their rules, so to speak. But I'll see stuff like, oh, that looks like a good recipe. I could do that, but I would do this differently. And I don't comment there saying, well, that's great for you, but that's terrible. I would never do that. No, I don't comment like that. I'll just be like, hey, that sounds like something I should try. And it gives them the comment on their feed and stuff, and they keep doing what they're doing. And I'll try it. I mean, crap, but the name of my channel is Chef Tech. Hello. But I don't really have any videos that I'm doing technical. I came up with that name because I was a chef and I was a Ford Master Tech. So I just put them two together. And this was 13 years ago I created this channel. I didn't put any content on there. I just wanted a channel with that name. So I got
Kaylin makes a good point here.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great point. There's a prepper channel I used to watch, and I still watch it sometimes. And I thought it was different from the usual CP and stuff like that. And then one of his videos, he was like, "The missiles are in the air." And
I got hooked on his crap for a short time there. It's like, oh,
you know who I'm on about then?
that guy north of the border there that has a warehouse full of shit. Yeah. Anyway.
But the missiles in the air, then they definitely weren't.
And he has some video on replay on his green screen in the background with bombs going off and stuff. It's like, whatever. Sure, dude. I don't know where you're getting your info, but I have inside information from a knowledgeable source. Yeah. Okay. Who? Your wife?
The dangerous thing about that is
CNN.
The fear mongering. The dangerous thing about that is that's when people can start panicking, making mistakes. You know, you get
buying stuff they shouldn't be buying,
spending
maxing out their credit cards.
Yeah.
Well, if you listen to their verbiage, they're very good at it. They're like newscasters now. If you listen to their verbiage when they talk, they don't say this is incoming. They say, I have heard that this is a potential incoming event. You know, they change it up, but they say it in such a way it makes you think we're gonna die.
How secure are these security services? Because every other prepper I talk to seems to know a guy who's at top level who knows this stuff's happening. I mean, everyone knows a top level guy apparently.
Don't take this the wrong way. Gil knows about where I live, and so does Tammy. Yes, I know a lot of people in top level things. They don't talk about this shit, nor do I even ask them, because I asked one of them once. I was like, "What's going on?" They're like, "Really, dude?" I'm like, "Yeah, no, you can't talk about it." I'm like, "Exactly."
NDA.
That's it. Yeah, it's not even an NDA. It's like they're still employed. They're like, no, not happening. But they know where I stand. We talk about other stuff, and they'll hint to things, but I can only draw up my own conclusions. I'm not going to say, "Oh, I heard from a reliable source that missiles are incoming." You know, no, I didn't. He may have said it a certain way, or she, that kind of hints to that illusion, but until I actually see it on CNN, I'm not going to believe it.
Mike just recently posted a good video of him going out in the woods, setting up a tent, showing how it all works together, that it does work, shortcomings, good things, all that. That's the kind of videos that I'm looking for. This works, this works, and this part of it doesn't.
I hated that video, Bob.
Well, no, but
I can't stand watching myself for 40 minutes. I'm like 10 minutes and done.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for. Is, does this work? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This guy, I see him assembling it, and it doesn't work. That's what I needed to know. You understand?
Exactly. I mean, Scottish Prepper, who's just highlighted there, did the same thing. There's so many of these channels saying all you need to do is buy an aluminium trash can, stick all your stuff in, and it's fine from an EMP. He bought one of these.
Just put some metal duct tape on there. You're good.
He tested it and it didn't work. And he
literally,
he should have published his outtakes, because it was just a Scottish man swearing at a trash can for 2 hours. But eventually he got it to work. But you're talking 3 or 4 more layers of materials before it got to the point what they were trying to say on YouTube. It works straight away. Look at this test. So clearly, you've just proved about 10 channels liars.
I know for a fact we did this. USA did this thing. I think it was about a year ago, testing this new alert system in telephones and that. And of course, all the all the things are out there going, oh, it's tagging your phone, it's doing this, it's doing that. I'm like, okay, fine. I got like 2 phones and 2 iPads, 1 work phone. So I took my personal phone just because I didn't care. I stuck it in 2 Mylar bags. I have 7 mil Mylar bags I use for freeze drying. I stuck it in the bag, and I could still hear it because I set an alarm to go off in there to see if I could hear it. I could hear it. I stuck them in the Mylar bag, zipped them shut, tucked them in, put them on the seat of my truck. And when my work phone went off with it, my personal phone did not. And I just left it in the bag for a couple hours. But as soon as I opened the bag up, it went off. I'm like, well, I know it keeps the signal out anyway, but I'm not going to sit there and advertise that because it sort of worked for me and I didn't have strong signals. So who knows? But
the thing is, it's all theory.
here's
Unless you've got military grade testing, it's all theory, right?
Exactly. Come on, I'm in my work truck, thrown on the freaking seat, sitting in a park somewhere, waiting for this alert to go off, and it didn't go off in my phone in the bags. I was like, okay, well, I guess it sort of works. I don't think I'm going to trust it for an EMP when a nuke goes over, 50 miles up. It'll probably just wipe everything out. At that point, you better know how to cook on a fire.
Well, here's something that my channel is a combination of everything. It's not just prepping, but I recently saw some videos of making earwig traps, little insects that eat your flowers and eat everything. So one guy opens a can of sardines and pours the stinky fish oil in there, and ta-da, 2 billion earwigs fell in there and died. Well, okay, so I used this stinky. This is what my wife cooks with very rarely. It's a fish sauce. So I put some of that in there. I don't know if the earwigs were attracted to it because the raccoons found them.
Buffet.
Little damn hands, and they pull. I think there's one still in the ground. The rest of them were pulled out of the ground. It's like, you little bastards.
You should have gotten them on camera. They're probably like handing it to each other like, dude, you got to try this shit.
Yeah, hey man, have a swig. Have a swig. It's good stuff.
Yeah, they're all passed out out in the street somewhere.
That
might have been that dead spot in your grass. There was actually a raccoon there that killed the grass. Just kidding.
No, that was my effed up neighbor. What a d-head.
Oh,
that guy is.
neighbor.
I like the idea of an earwig trap. That's emergency protein right there.
Ew.
No.
I'm gonna rephrase the quote. You can eat the bugs.
Yeah. I've eaten bugs overseas, and as long as they're properly cooked, they're okay. All right. Insects, as long as they're cooked in like peanut oil and all that, yeah, they're okay. You can live on it, but I won't seek it out.
So earthworms are a good source of protein, right?
Yeah.
But then when you say that to somebody, exactly. When you say that to someone, they think you're pulling them out of the ground and throwing a wriggling worm into your mouth. No. Dry them out first you put them in a container where there's no soil.
Give them some good food.
And that lets all the stuff pass through them, and they've they're like starved. Then lie them out next to a fire, dry them out, then grind them into a powder, throw it into something else. You don't even taste it. You don't know it's there, but you're getting a hit of protein.
It's true. Yeah.
The snails.
On that contains 64 grams of protein.
With something to clean it out first, and then same with snails. You've got to feed them.
Yep, snails, clams, turtles. Yeah, turtles that live in ponds that stink like a pond.
First. Let them get rid of the shit that's in them.
But that's the same sort of. I think it's the same sort of thing as starving them. It does cleanse them because they still pass everything through. Yeah. So.
Okay.
That reminds me of back in the day. There was a story going around. McDonald's is using earthworms to make their hamburgers. The price for a pound of earthworms was 3 times the price of a pound of hamburger.
Panic. Yeah, that's some of those panic channels. If I saw that, I would go, no, I'm not going unsubscribe.
That's because they showed a picture of the pink slime coming out of that press and said, these are all giant earthworms coming out of the ground. Yeah. Nice and
Whoever saw that interview, there was a guy, he was a Jewish guy. Trying to remember the video.
Always got to bring that into it, don't you? No, I'm just kidding. What was that? What did they do? What did said person do in the video?
Oh, right. He was talking about how the burgers are made with baby meat.
I've never saw that one.
Yeah.
That's mental illness there, dude. Straight up.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
This guy
and
was
whatever's
saying it on
whatever's
the
left, they turn
radio.
at the lampshades. But yeah,
Right.
soap. Sure.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'm not proud of this, but at some point in my youth, I worked for McDonald's. You'll be surprised how strict their hygiene rules are.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're more
they are.
likely to get something from like a local greasy spoon than you ever are at McDonald's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not a matter of the hygiene and the sanitation going on in the restaurants or even in the factories where they make the stuff. It's the ingredients they use.
Yeah.
100% beef. It
That's
says
where
it's
the
stamped
problem
on the
is.
The place
box.
might be clean, but you don't know whether it's baby meat.
Yeah, okay.
It's not baby meat.
baby cow meat. Yeah, it's called calves livers. Yeah.
All right. Let's get. We got a couple more here to go through. Number 20. Everyone in the cities will die.
We can only hope. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm honestly joking. I'm urban prepper. I'm urban. I'm in, so don't worry. I was joking.
Yeah. There are some
95%
channels that
95%
say,
will.
and you use this one to go back to number 1 about you must bug out into the wilderness. Everyone in the
God.
city will die. No.
Yeah.
No.
It's a
No.
higher risk in a city because of populace, obviously.
Right.
But it's also a higher risk because of sanitation. And it's not your sanitation. You could be the most prepared person in the world, but if all your neighbors are not, that's going to leak in. So the immediate threat is there. It is dangerous. It's more dangerous. But I mean, that's entirely how well you're prepared and how
Exactly.
much you're willing to stay there or get out of Dodge, right?
Yeah.
I mean, my plan has always been bug in, but things have changed
Me
for me
too.
recently in the area because I'm in an urban area, and I've noticed several things that makes me think actually I got to get out of Dodge. So my plans are massively changing into bug out now, which is not ideal, and you've got kids as well. So eventually I want to move to somewhere more rural, and that won't be an issue anymore. But it has completely changed my thinking because of stuff going on around me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing is, the statistics are dramatically higher for, intense populous areas having more higher passing on rate than they do out in suburbia, like where Bob or Steve, of course, the trainers are at, or out where I am out in the rural area where it's like, hey, we're surrounded by farms.
Lovely.
So, there's a difference, but no, everyone will not die in the cities.
You don't need any farm workers, do you, Jill?
Huh?
You need any farm workers?
Not yet. I'm still just trying to get the soil back to a functional state where we can actually grow good stuff. But there are other farms around here and stuff that they hire seasonal people all the time.
In London, we're talking about we're talking about people in the cities dying. You're getting people throwing nappies out the windows. Like nappies with crap in them. Like they've got no sense of cleanliness at all. The city, they've become real dump rubbish. I describe cities as big dustbins.
Yeah, I
imagine all the blocks, all the buildings. Imagine those big dustbins. Have you ever seen any of them getting cleaned?
No, you got to pay a private company to jet wash them out, haven't you?
Yeah,
Imagine
but for me, suburbs, I know my house, my little piece of property, and I know this entire area because I've walked it by foot. The only way you're going to get me out of here is if we get burned out. Which, if there's civil unrest, we've been through that already. So I know what to expect. So, but other than that, running out into the woods, like I said last week, guys, I've been a hunter my whole life. I've come home empty-handed more than I have with something in the meal bag. You go out in the woods,
and you still dance around the fire.
Man, you're in trouble. That's
great,
trouble.
We're alive.
Yeah, let me just.
They can go out hunting, and if they come back with nothing, they still dance.
Yeah, let me just be clear. This isn't me bugging out. Is not me and my family surviving in my luminous tent from Go Outdoors. We've got houses to go to that are less.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like Steve. When Steve had to be evacuated because of the fires down there in Southern California, he went to his son's place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then he came back.
Yeah. We've got Filipino families that will take us in because my wife's Filipino. So if I got to bug out of this suburb, I'm going to go to another suburb. You know. But, that whole thing about if you're in the city, you're all going to die. No.
Yeah. No.
There is no absolute.
Look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Not everybody was wiped out in those cities. I mean, you've even got a scene. What is that famous scene where the girl is walking out of Hiroshima, and she's walking out, little girl, very famous scene, and she's like all burnt, her arms are all burnt, and she survived.
No, that was Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1973 was that picture too.
Yeah. Napalm strike.
The napalm strike. Yeah.
Daryl's right though, because there's survivors from Hiroshima that were more or less in the center that cowered in the right stairwell and just got a burnt back and stuff like that and lived to tell the tale. So nothing's absolute.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it's like comparing Nagasaki and Hiroshima to Tokyo's fire burnings. More people died in Tokyo. Was way worse. Because that was worse. Because that kept going. The boom was a flash and extinguished. So, anyways,
and bearing in mind that the nuclear bombs of today are way more powerful than they were back then, but also the cities are much more bigger than they were back then. So, if you compare a city like, I don't know, New York compared to the size of the city in Nagasaki, what's the size? Does anybody know? I mean,
it's going to be huge.
I'm thinking that the modern cities are much more bigger.
They're bigger, but so is the yield on the explosives that could be used. But the thing is, I think Hollywood has made this worse fear for people on the cities than anything else, because unless it's a complete nutcase, a complete off-the-wall nutcase who's looking for casualties or an extremist group, they're going to be going for military targets first. They're going to be going for tactical targets.
Yes.
Major population centers are going to be tertiary targets if targeted at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Have you never heard of the Moscow option?
Well,
yes, the predefined list, but that was from the Cold War, wasn't it?
From my observations here, we are in more danger from your neighbors.
Yeah.
And recently here in the States, from say like 10 or 12 armed radicals with small arms, we're in more danger from that than from nuclear strikes.
Yeah.
Come on.
And what he said about like the option, the targets and stuff like that, I think it was more relevant then because it was Soviet Union and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, unless it's a complete North Korea kind of dictatorship going on, they've still got to look good in the eyes of their own public, and never would targeting a population center do that. You can justify
the Samson option.
The Samson option, no.
Samson option is Israel saying if they're gonna die, they're just gonna nuke everybody else.
That's that's the thing. Backing an extremist into the corner, that could end up with the kind of thing. Press the button as a last resort.
But it's called the Samson option.
But I think as regular warfare goes, like I say, I don't think it would be a target. But I understand what you're saying there. Like they could just think, right, I'm taking many with me as possible, and which is scary. But I don't think in conventional warfare that's what would be.
Well, I personally believe that they're culling people. I personally believe that what we're seeing in the world is not just accidental. You know, I believe that it's planned to a certain degree.
Yeah.
You know, call it cutting the grass. In other words, culling the people.
Yeah, and some might say that's what a certain time
on the list as well. It's a myth that we're all preppers are conspiracy theories. Did we miss that one on the list?
But yeah, well, no, but the culling could be part of the theory of the time we all lived through recently, where people were fighting over toilet roll. I won't say and get ShadowScoutSwede in trouble. But you know what time I'm talking about? Several years ago.
All right,
All right,
peace
we got
out,
four more. We got four more things here in 8 minutes. All right, so the next one we kind of
guys. Take care.
Nice one, Bob. Good to see you, Bob.
Okay, take care.
The next one we kind of covered, which is where it says you don't need to be part of a group, you can lone wolf it. We kind of addressed that one already.
Yeah,
it's better to be part of a group. Yeah, all right. So the next two I'm going to lump together. You don't need a computer. All you need is books. You don't need books. All you need is a computer. They're both wrong. You need both.
Yeah.
Reason is, if you're bugging out and you got 500 pounds of books, are you going to take books or food? If you're bugging out,
I'd rather take actually food than the books.
Yeah. And if you have, and since you're going to be taking food rather than books, and if you have all those books on a drive and a laptop to take with you, but if you're staying in, you're going to want those books. You're going to want those hard copy books to go through. And some of the stuff I've talked about on the Your Prep for today, you need to have good read books to decompress with, storybooks and stuff like that. You got kids, you're going to want Dr. Seuss books. Unfortunately, I can't find the Dr. Seuss books, and someone probably will show me on PDFs that I can download that I can put on my thumb drive. So I have Dr. Seuss books for the grandkids on my thumb drives, but I got boxes of Dr. Seuss books. Yeah.
Just got to spend some time memorizing them, Gil, instead. That's all.
Hop on top. I've read a lot of those quite a bit to them.
That SAS survival book is a fantastic little book.
Yeah.
You know, if I had to take a couple of books, I'd take my mini Bible and I'll take my little SAS survival guide. Fantastic little compact book. And again, with everything you do, practice. You know, get don't just have the book and say I've got the SAS book. Look at the look at the stuff that's in it and go and try it out. Literally, you know.
Complement them too and get yourself food for free. It's the same size as the mini SS. Yeah. That's the other one. That's a great one.
Yeah. And so the main point, exactly.
Yeah, that's the big version. I've got the little pocket version.
I only have.
And I got another book called by I just lost his name.
That's the one.
Les Stroud, his Survive book, which is really good too.
I've not seen that one. Yeah, trees.
Yeah.
You've got the food for free one.
Yeah, that's a really good book.
Different trees, and at the back, you've got other little titles of books like birds,
spiders, and
berries. Is that or something?
Yeah.
No, it's food for free again. Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, they're good. Them little books are great, but I think this all boils down to what we said before, Gil. Right? One is none.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
It's a backup on a backup. If you have a house fire, the books are gone. You can rescue the stick. If all digital stuff is gone and wiped out, you've got the books as the backup.
Yeah, I agree.
My little Bible, tiny. It's about similar size to the food for free book.
Have you weighed them all together? Like, how much does that add to a pack? Do you reckon?
I'd say this is about half a pound.
Yeah.
If that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, my SAS survival book is about the size of that.
Yeah.
And just take it out when you go into the park. Take it out. See if you can spot the trees. Try to memorize the trees because it's handy to know. Some trees have got sap. Some trees have got stuff you can drink. What's that stuff you can drink from a tree, Mike? The sap. But what's it?
It's basically sap, but it's got a special name for it. But
you could drink it.
Yeah.
I know you can get the drink water from the shoots and stuff like that. But I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm in the middle of learning all my foraging stuff at the moment. I'm on mushrooms.
This is the kind of thing that we forgot. And I'm wondering if purposely the powers that be have guided us down the road to where we do forget?
All right, I can answer that really quickly. J.D. Rockefeller, the big rich man he was, organized the precursor to the Department of Education here in the United States. He said in a thing, he said he wanted workers, not thinkers. And our education system went worldwide. Same thing. Everybody, oh, that's a great idea. We're going to do that here. We're going to have workers, not thinkers. And then he invented the pharmaceutical companies.
Mm-hmm.
There's your answer.
Yeah.
Well,
of course, they've dumbed us down. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, they made your grandma a laughing stock. You made your mum a laughing. They made our mums a laughing stock because you go to school, your mum goes to kiss you, your dad goes to kiss you. You're like, don't do that, don't do that.
Yeah.
You know, all these things are separating families. You know, because if you look in some globalists, they'll go for your kids right in your house, right in front of you. Your kids will be watching the program, and the kids will turn around and say to you, "Ma, Pa, it's not about you. It's about me."
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. We got we got a few minutes left here. What do we got? About 5 minutes left.
Yeah. 5
right.
minutes left.
The last one's may get you guys stirred up. You will have plenty of time when you don't have to go to work.
You will have more to do than you ever can imagine.
I retired in 2018. I am busier after I retired, trying to get more preps done, get the land up here, get the gardens going. I'm so friggin' busy trying to do this stuff. More busy than I was when I was working at Homeland Security and doing a side job for Chevron Texaco running their security.
Survival will keep you busy.
Oh yeah.
Family survival, keeping other people alive will be a full-time job, and it'll be more hours than you ever put in at any factory. It's a full-time job. If you just get yourself a tarp, get yourself a couple of things you need for overnight, and go and camp and see how long you're bored. By the time you've done everything you need to do, you've cooked, you've eaten, you've done everything like that, you're knackered anyway, you're asleep, and you're up the next morning doing the same thing again. And that's in peace times. Imagine that in a survival situation. You're going to have to gather wood, you're going to be looking for food, you're going to be growing. There's probably not enough hours in the day for what we will need.
Yep.
Well, yeah, because to process the food, if you're going to get acorns from a tree, and then you've got to get all that stuff out of the acorns, you crush it up, you've got to go through the river. If there's a river there, just leave the bag in the river and let the water run through it, and then get all that stuff out, and then you make those cakes from acorn cakes.
All right.
So yeah, it takes a lot longer. People today, they're lazy. They're like instant food. They just go to the shop, microwave. They can't be bothered to cook and do things and spend time in the kitchen and blah blah blah.
Even with modern conveniences, I remember on a Sunday, my mum would be in the kitchen for hours before presenting a Sunday lunch. It's not like a quick 10 minutes in the microwave and off you go. It was an art form, you know.
And now you're doing it on a wood burning stove or over a open pit fire with Dutch ovens. Yeah,
with every other concern running through your mind at the same time, conserving water in the process, everything.
Yeah. There's a couple channels repeating this one video on Facebook on the reels, and it's talking about you were working harder than the peasants did back in the Dark Ages. Every time I hear that, it's just like I try to block that particular channel putting that video out because that is so much BS. They worked from sun up to sundown, getting their meals and everything else. They only worked 6 hours a day. Bull crappy. They worked 18 hours a day.
Yeah, they might have worked 6 hours a day in a clerk's office doing whatever, but then they were still non-stop doing everything else to keep the family fed.
And if they were quote city dwellers, they had multiple jobs. And even back then, city dwellers had their own farms on their property. They weren't in apartments. They were, dwellings, and they had their own farming they had to do for their, to keep their family going.
And then you have modern society that is running out of things to watch on Netflix because they've already watched it all.
Yeah, there's so many repeats. They can't get enough footage. But they can't get enough footage for the amount of people watching the footage.
Yeah.
That's why they have to show so many,
reruns and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, repeats and reruns, and then the new stuff is based on the old stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so it's
remakes,
nothing really new. It's no real innovation. It's just, like the music. There's still the beats from Motown.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's been happening for many, many years.
And cars, all of a sudden you see cars looking the same, but they're different companies. Like Nissan will make and cars almost look the same shape, but they're slightly different. And so that means it's not a copyright infringement or whatever they call it in the car industry.
Yeah.
A patent copy or whatever they call it.
Yeah, there's definitely not going to be an abundance of time to sit there and take up some leisure activities. So if you have that much time, then you are more prepared than me, because I'm not going to have that much time.
Oh, yeah. I've been doing started on emergency preparedness teaching it back in 1971. I inherited all my parents' preps. My wife and I have been adding to it constantly.
Brilliant.
We now have 3 pressure canners and one huge water bath, and then 3 smaller ones for water bath canning. When it comes to it, we're going to be canning just about all the time during the harvest season. And we're just going to be going nuts. And if we have some way of producing some electrical power for our chest freezer, so we can harvest all those tomatoes and just freeze them and can them during the wintertime, we'll be canning for probably 4 or 5 months, just canning the stuff to be able to have food for year round.
Yeah.
You are not going to. When the balloon goes up, the end of the world, Milwaukee, SHTF, whatever it is, it's not going to be a utopia of, oh, wow, man, I can kick back and relax now.
No, work, and even more work.
Yeah.
Yep. And for those of you that follow the Bible, and by the sweat of your brow shall you.
I was actually, as you was talking, I was in my mind. I was saying, by the sweat of your brow you shall live.
Yep.
You should eat.
Yeah. And I can't remember the rest of the weeds and stars will be a hindrance to you. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it's going to be like, folks. But it's better than starving to death.
I think spiritually, nature knows who has been hurt in nature. And there's a part in the scripture where it says, nature will destroy those who destroy nature.
Yep.
So a big chef was saying, but we always say this, it's a mental mindset as well, because before anything of whatever we think we're going to do with whatever time we think we have, we need to have that mindset that God is in control. That look, even if he took those people out of Egypt and they were moaning in the wilderness, they were saying, "Where is Moses now? Has God if you brought us out of the Egypt so that we could starve to death in the wilderness?" They doubted God, and I think your faith has to be so strong in these times today, and your faith will help you through a lot of things, because many people will just lose the plot, literally crack up in front of you, where some people will crack up because they can't get money out of the ATM machine. Some people will crack up because they can't go out on a Friday night. Some people will crack up because they can't get their chocolate eclairs. from the supermarket. You know, there's all forms of it. You know, some people will crack up just because they think, well, how am I going to keep my family? You know, what? So being
they're just going to lose it because they haven't thought ahead. They have no idea how things are, and they're just panicking. They're going into a blind panic.
And that will manifest itself in different ways. Someone might break down and cry. Somebody might lash out. So it's a very dangerous time in that.
It's like anger.
Well.
Anger's many different forms. Some people explode. Some people implode. But we all get angry. If anybody ever says to you, "I don't get angry," that's a lie. Every one of us get angry, but some people let it out in one big burst. Some people let it out in little bursts. Some people implode. Where they do something. They'll do something. You know, but yeah, being spiritually prepared is going to be one of the most important things to get into from now. You know, strengthen your faith. How do you strengthen your faith? Get a Bible, read. We're in the book of Revelations now. We what we see in the book of Revelations is actually happening out there. And one of the prophecies we're waiting for is Damascus to be destroyed.
Yeah.
And
scary times.
No, Damascus is the capital of Syria. And I know on that note, Shadow's got to go to sleep, and we've all got to say good night.
Can I say something quickly before everyone has to go? We hit 24 points. Well, these lads hit 24 points tonight. That's not all the myths. There's hundreds of them. They're all survivalists that tell you to drink your own pee. Don't do that. The survivalists that say eat snow for hydration. Don't do that. That's also a bad idea. Whatever you hear anywhere on anyone's channel, do your own research. That's the one thing I'd recommend.
Added on to that is if you drink alcohol, if you're freezing on a mountain.
Yeah.
All right. For those that are following on Shadow's channel, I just posted the link for my live stream. Starts in an hour and 45 minutes. Approximately hour and 45 minutes. I have a 5-minute countdown to be in my live. So about,
here in the UK, it's now coming up to 10 past 11.
I've reposted it on mine as well.
Yeah.
What time is it where you are, Jill?
Well, the time I gave is for Eastern time. It'll be 10 o'clock Eastern time. I'm on Mountain time here. And tonight's topic is, after the fuel stops, what are your plans?
Breakdown.
Hitchhike.
There you go. We've done it. We don't need to do it now. Let's go.
Oh, I got a lot of things. Someone mentioned gasifiers earlier in the stream here. So we were talking about alternatives and stuff to do with when the fuel stops.
I heard that you could put oil in a car, like
cooking oil.
I thought I saw that on the what's that car program that we used to have, Mike?
Top Gear.
Top Gear.
You can biodiesel and stuff. You can make
oil.
your own and stuff. Yeah, and old diesels and stuff. It will work, but it won't. Yeah, it's not great. Unless you treat
Any way
it.
of storing loads of oil.
Yeah.
I to be honest, it's one thing I don't stock much of. To be fair, I've got about 20 liters of oil in the house. So,
yeah.
God bless you, Shadow. Thank you very much for having us on.
God bless.
God bless you, Jill, Mike, everyone in the chat.
Thank you. Been a pleasure as always.
All right.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you guys on.
Learn some new stuff.
I appreciate it.
As well, I hope we've all learned something.
Always learning.
And the scripture also says, "My people suffer violence through lack of knowledge."
Yeah.
So knowledge is very key.
Yeah.
Cool.
On that note, good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.
See you next time.
See ya.
Yeah, see you next week.
All righty.
Gil, if this insomnia keeps up, I'll join your live stream in the chat, but no promises. I want to sleep.
Yeah, I know. I know the feeling here. Last night I was up for 4 hours. Also woke up at I was like, crap.
I used to have a notepad by my bed because I get ideas at night, and if I wrote them down, no problem, I can go to sleep. Now I've no space for a notepad there, the way our bedroom is. So now I'm just sat there thinking ideas, like and just not going to sleep.
Do you keep your phone next to your bed?
No, it's on. Well, I could charge it up beforehand, but it's usually on charge over there. But I just need to get everything out. It's just But if I'm up, I'll join you.
Okay. I'll see you next week, Shadow.
Yeah, see you next week.
Catch you later.
Right. Take care. Catch you later. Okay, guys. Wrap things up for today, and I will see you next week, same time, same channel. Take care. Stay safe. God bless, and I appreciate you guys popped in. And you're very welcome, dear Love Survival. I appreciate it. And I'll see you next week. Same time.